I call this meeting to order. Any declarations of interest? Seeing none, adoption of agenda. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Decker. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Public meeting number 1. Proposed amendment to the City of Thorold Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2140, bracket 97, and Bylaw 60, 2019, re-blocks 35 to 39, DQ Terrace subdivision. Opening remarks and appeal information. This public meeting is being held pursuant to the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 as amended. City planning staff and the applicant's agent will present information on the application this evening. Council will receive and consider all comments received at the public meeting. No decision on this application is being made this evening. There may be an opportunity to appeal council's decision if criteria outlined in the Planning Act are met. Zoning bylaw amendment. Any of the following, no later than 20 days after giving notice, may appeal the decision by filing with the city the notice of appeal that must set out the reasons for the appeal accompanied by the tribunal's fee. The applicant, a person or public body who before the bylaw was passed made oral submissions or at a public meeting or written submissions to council and the minister. If a person or public body did not make an oral submission at the public meeting or provide written submissions to council before the bylaw was passed, the tribunal will determine if there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party. Up first, city planner's presentation. Julie Hannon will now present information on the application received on behalf of the city. Julie.
Good evening, members of council.
Julie, just give me 1 second so I can start the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
I just want to begin the presentation by thanking council for agreeing to holding a special meeting to hear this public meeting, and to thank Joanne for taking care of the PowerPoint and moving it forward as I go along. I appreciate it greatly.
Can I just, sorry to interrupt, but is there a way to share that on our screen? Because we can't, I don't know about anybody else, but I can't see that.
Oh, I just said it. It's not on the PowerPoint.
Oh, now I see you sharing the screen. Okay, perfect. Sorry.
Is that better?
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So this evening's public meeting is on the DQ Terrace Street townhouses, blocks 35 to 39. I would like to note that the DQ Terrace subdivision and zoning bylaw received approval on June 5th, 2018, and the final approval of the subdivision was given on May 19th of this year. And the amendment that's before council this evening is only applicable to the street townhouse blocks, and that again is blocks 35 to 39. Next slide, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The application is to amend zoning bylaw 2140-97, the R314 zone, to increase the maximum lot coverage to 60% instead of 45%, which is currently permitted, and to increase the maximum driveway width to 7 meters or 70% of the front wall width of the dwelling. Currently, it would be 7 meters or 50% frontage. The request also requests to amend zoning bylaw number 60-2019, R3A-19 zone, to increase the maximum lot coverage to 60%, again from 45%, to increase the maximum driveway width to 7 meters or 70% of the front wall width of the dwelling from the current 7 meters or 50% frontage, and to reduce the minimum landscape area to 30% instead of the 35% that is currently permitted. It is noted that the driveway width regulation is a standard regulation that was introduced in the site specifics, but unlike other regulations in bylaw 60/2019 that address the width of the garage, this development does not have those regulations, and so that is why there's only the request for the driveway width, and the minimum landscape area request is due to the fact that the driveway width is being asked to be increased. It is noted that both zones permit street townhouse dwellings, so it is only the site-specific regulations that are before you that are being requested to be changed. Next slide, please.
Go ahead.
What is before you now is the plan of subdivision that is in the process of being registered. The blocks that are outlined in red are the street townhouse blocks that are the subject of the zoning bylaw application. Next slide, please.
Go ahead.
This slide illustrates the typical front elevation of the townhouse units, and you will note that there are two-car garages proposed at the end units and 1.5-car garages for the interior units. Because of the interior units' request of having the driveway match the 1.5-car garage, it will allow the units to have a larger size garage than a single car garage. And next slide, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks. This slide shows the interior unit site plan. So you will note that the required rear yard and front yard setbacks are still being met. The increase is as requested and as illustrated is for the lot coverage and the driveway width. And because of the driveway width, you'll note that the landscape area in the front yard is reduced, which is why the request is before you this evening to consider a reduction in landscape area. Next slide, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So we received several comments prior to yesterday that indicate no concerns or comments from exterior agencies, including Canada Post, Enbridge Gas, Cogeco, the Building Department, and Fire Department. The Clerk's Department this afternoon did receive a letter from Ontario Power Generation that has indicated that for them to provide support to the zoning bylaw application, that they would require some stormwater management details be updated in regards to the proposed outlet into Lake Gibson by the developer at the time that the subdivision was being contemplated and approved. And I believe the Clerk's Department will be circulating that. It also, along with the other comments received, will be in the planning report that's forthcoming. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm welcome to answer any questions you might have.
And now I'll turn the floor over to, is there any questions from council to Julie? I can't see all the, oh, there we are. Are there any questions? Seeing none, then I'll move on to the applicant's presentation, and up next is Craig Rowe. Craig, are you here?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for having me tonight.
Go ahead.
Great. I'm just going to share my screen here, a brief presentation for you. Let's make sure this, there we go. Just everyone can see that, I believe.
Yeah.
Perfect. So good evening all. My name is Craig Rowe. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'm the agent representing the owner, Mr. Edward Pizzo. So in addition to city staff supplemental information, I prepared a short presentation which outlines a bit more detail about the proposed amendment. So the land subject to this application are blocks 35 and 39 of the DQ Terrace subdivision, which is pending registration right now. The affected townhouse blocks are located along Ivy Crescent, which is Street A, and Beaver Lock Drive, which is Street B. This provided image shows the states of blocks 35 to 38 currently. The property has been serviced and is ready for development. Registration of the subdivision is imminent as the subdivision agreement has already been signed and executed by the municipality and the owner. In terms of the reason for this amendment, it will comprehensively address some of the deficiencies in the site-specific zoning for these blocks. The developer's architect has prepared detailed plans for two-story townhomes. However, upon review of the plot plans, it was confirmed that the current zoning does not facilitate the built form that was originally envisioned, and that some of the zoning criteria are contradicting one another. While we feel these issues are minor and could have been dealt with by the Committee of Adjustment, it was considered more appropriate and respectful of staff's time to prepare one amendment and report to address all these blocks together. So as the new zoning bylaw remains under appeal, the amendments have been prepared for each bylaw, 214097 and 602019. So I'm going to address the requested amendments thematically. There we go. So in terms of lot coverage, in both comprehensive zoning bylaws, minimum front and rear yard setbacks govern the physical position of the dwellings on each lot. In addition to these physical boundaries, a maximum lot coverage provision of 45% is in effect. The lot coverage provision is considered redundant, as any development that is proposed within the setback set out in the zoning bylaw would exceed 45% coverage. It is therefore considered reasonable to increase the maximum allowable coverage on each proposed lot to be consistent with the amount of development possible between the setback limits. A modest increase in coverage from 45% to 60% is requested. From an aesthetic perspective, any increase in the size of the dwelling will be limited to the rear of the structure and not visible from the street. In circumstances where a smaller garage is provided, an increase in the frontage of the habitable portion of the dwelling can also be provided. Landscape area. The approved site-specific amendment to bylaw 214097 required a minimum landscape area of 25% per lot. Under the new zoning bylaw, bylaw 602019, the minimum landscaped area has been increased to 35%. The desire for increased lot coverage and a wider, more functional garage and driveway has impacted the ability for the owner to provide a minimum 35% landscaped area in each lot. The owner is proposing a minimum 30% landscaped area, which is more than the original minimum, but less than the new provision added in through the new comprehensive zoning bylaw and contradictory to the in effect site-specific approval. This requested 30% value is considered appropriate, will allow for some additional landscaped areas in the front and rear yards. Driveway width. In the interest of providing functional garage space, garage widths 55% to 70% are contemplated. Under both bylaws, 214097 and 602019, there is no maximum width for attached garages prescribed. However, the width is intrinsically tied to that of the driveway. The ability to use outdoor areas such as the side of the house or a shed for storage of seasonal items and vehicles is often limited for townhomes, especially for interior units. The proposed increase in garage width will allow the owner to provide townhouse dwellings with garages that can hold private vehicles, as well as waste and recycling containers, lawnmowers, bicycles, and other typical items. To ensure an access to the garage that is consistent, the owner is requesting that the allowable driveway width be increased from 50% to 70% of the main building front wall. This increase can allow dwellings to provide additional room or parking of vehicles and limit the need for on-street parking. Council's approval of this amendment will allow the development of these blocks and subdivision to move forward. As a planner, I believe the requested amendments are minor in nature and will facilitate a built form that remains compatible and appropriate for the subject lands. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation, Craig. I open the floor up now, and we have any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll move on to oral submissions. At this time, if there is anyone online who wishes to speak on the application received, please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak. Please provide your name and address for the public record. And we have one speaker lined up, am I correct? She's connected? Okay, so would you please state your name and address for the public record? All right.
Yeah, it's Rachel Haynes.
Yes, go ahead, Rachel.
Okay.
State your name
Okay.
and address.
For sure. Rachel Haynes, 6K Avenue, Thorold.
Okay, go ahead.
I have no questions at this time. I just wanted to be a part of the meeting to see the updates.
You have nothing to present, though?
No, I just wanted to be a part of the meeting to see what the updates were.
Okay, then thanks very much, Rachel.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else lined up? I'll repeat it again, though. Now, at this time, if there is anyone online who wishes to speak on the application received, please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak. Provide your name and address for the public record. There's no one else? Okay. We'll move into closing remarks and closing of the meeting. This fulfills the requirements of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 pursuant to Section 34. Please provide your contact information and indicate to the clerk at clerk@thorold.ca if you wish to receive notice of council's decision. Alternatively, a letter requesting to receive notice of council's decision may be sent to the clerk. As such, the public meeting portion of this application is now closed, and I have adjournment. Moved by Councillor Longo and seconded by Councillor DeRose. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It is now 6:16, and we'll be back live at 6:30. So if you want to take a break for a few minutes, have a break, and we'll be back at 6:30 with the full agenda. Go ahead, Councillor DeRose. You're muted.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is it possible to vote on this tonight and just get it over with, or is it?
No, this has to, report has to come back from planning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Report will come back.
Thank you.
Okay. See you at
Thank you. Thank you again all for being so accommodating and having an earlier meeting. I know Ed appreciates it and planning staff do as well.
like to call this meeting to order. Any declarations of interest? Seeing none, adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Longo, seconded by Councillor Decker. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Adoption of the minutes. Council meeting minutes, June 16th, 2020, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor DeRose. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Council meeting minutes, June 18th, 2020. Mover, Councillor Kenny, seconder, Councillor Sentence. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Council meeting minutes, June 29th, 2020. Mover, Councillor DeRose, seconded, Councillor Neal. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Mayor's report. And I'll keep it short because we got a heavy agenda tonight. The Royal Canadian Legion Branch 17 Thorold Bottle and Food Drive held on June 27th and 28th was a major success. Over 1,200 pounds of food, in addition to an amazing amount of support regarding bottle returns, was greatly appreciated by the Legion as well as community care. Food giveaway number 8 is in the books. Once again, thank you to Thorold's anonymous donor who continues to give back to our community. Drop-offs to our seniors' buildings were handled by event organizer Councillor Hanley as well as George and Gina Ravenick. Fire Station 2 location volunteers were myself, Councillor Sentence, Regional Councillor Whalen, Jeremy Agater, Vito DePaula, and Henry D'Angela. These two initiatives once again demonstrate how our community has stepped up to the plate during these unprecedented times. The City of Thorold is set to open our splash pads this Thursday, July 7th, 2020. Hours of operation will be from noon till 7:30 p.m., 7 days a week. Please visit the city website and Facebook page for more details. The Front Street Downtown Revitalization Project is proceeding nicely and on schedule. It is ready to enter Phase 2 of the project this week. The region, along with all 12 area municipalities, continue to work together in a unified effort for federal and provincial COVID-19 relief funding. We have been notified that we are eligible to receive up to $11,240 from the provincial government Ministry of Transportation for enhanced cleaning related to our public transit in the City of Thorold. And that ends my mayor's report. And now we'll move on to public meetings. Proposed vacant land plan of condominium and amendment to the City of Thorold Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2140-97, 205 St. David's Road. Opening remarks and purpose of the meeting. This public meeting is being held pursuant to the provisions of Section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 as amended. The purpose and effect of the proposed vacant land plan of condominium and zoning bylaw amendment applications are to facilitate the creation of 15-block townhouse dwellings units on a private road. The subject property would be rezoned from residential density R1A zone to site-specific residential third density R3 zone. City planning staff and the applicant's agent will present information on the application this evening. Council will receive and consider all comments received at the public meeting. No decision on the application is being made this evening. Any of the following, no later than 20 days of giving notice, may appeal the decision by filing with the city the notice of appeal that must set out the reasons for the appeal accompanied by the tribunal's fee. The applicant, a person or public body who before the bylaw was passed made oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions to council, the minister. If a person or public body did not make oral submission at the public meeting or provide written submissions to council before the bylaw was passed, the tribunal will determine if there are any reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party. Presentation from city staff. Up first is Paul Klassen, Intermediate Planner, and Paul, you have the floor. Oh. I can't.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
One sec, Paul. Did you have a question, Councillor Decker?
Yeah, you're very echoey, and none of your words are coming out normal to me. And everyone as well.
Can you work with that, Matt? Are you okay now, Councillor Decker?
It's still very echoey.
It's echoing.
Councillor
Sounds
Decker,
like-
the thing you want to do is in the Zoom meeting, click on the bottom left and leave the audio and then rejoin.
I'll turn this over to Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of council, members of the public. My name is Paul Klassen, Intermediate Planner at the City of Thorold. I'll be giving a presentation tonight on 2 planning applications that were received by the city. And they are, the subject property for these applications is known as 205 St. David's Road. Next slide, please. So just to give a bit of context, the property is located in a residential neighborhood on the south side of St. David's Road, which is also the border shared with St. Catharines. The surrounding dwellings are mainly single detached dwellings, and there's an existing dwelling on the property that is listed on the city's potential heritage index. That would be, with this application, that dwelling would be demolished. Next slide, please. So the proposal before us is for 15 one-story bungalow townhouse dwelling units on a private road, which also branches off into a private parking area for visitors. Parking is also going to be provided in each driveway of each unit and in private garages for each unit. Next slide, please. There's just an example on the screen now of a front building elevation of one of the townhouse blocks that's proposed. Each unit, as you can see, has its own front porch and private garage. Next slide, please. And on the screen now is an example of a rear building elevation of one of these townhouse blocks. Each unit will have a covered deck at the rear of each unit. Next slide, please. And now shown is the proposed side elevation. This block that's shown on the screen is actually proposed adjacent to St. David's Road. So that's what you would see from the perspective of the street. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we received 2 planning applications to facilitate this proposal. The first is a vacant land plan of condominium application, and that application would allow the land to be divided into privately owned and common element areas. And the second application is for a zoning bylaw amendment. This amendment would allow for townhouse dwellings to be permitted on the property. They're not currently permitted. And it would also introduce site-specific regulations that would facilitate certain aspects of the development. Next slide. So the current zoning bylaw that's in effect right now is zoning bylaw 2140-97. And under that bylaw, the zoning would be changing from the R1A zone to the R3 zone, and it'll be a site-specific R3 zoning. So there's a number of provisions that would need to change to allow this development, and I'm going to go through those now. So the first one, as you can see on the screen there, the proposal is to reduce the rear yard setbacks along the south lot line, and that lot line is abutting the properties along Renfrew Drive and McGee Crescent. So that would be going from 6 meters to 3 meters. Next slide, please. Another area of relief that's required is for the covered decks that are proposed at the back of each unit. There's a minimum setback from the side lot lines of 6 meters, and the decks on units 1, 2, 3, 9, and 10 would encroach into this setback. Next slide, please. Further relief is required to facilitate narrower condominium road, which is defined as a driveway in the bylaw, from 7.5, which is the minimum requirement, to 6.7 meters. And there's 2 other notes. One, just above the parking area, relief is required to reduce the distance from the parking area to the habitable rooms on Unit 12. And another variance from the bylaw is required to permit that parking area on the right side of the screen there to be located 2.2 meters as opposed to 3 meters from the adjacent R1A zone. Next slide. There's other site-specific regulations that are required as well. Those are to allow more than one building for residential purposes on the same property. There's 4 townhouse blocks being proposed for a total of 15 townhouse dwelling units. And the second one here is to permit parking spaces for block townhouse units to be located in private garages and driveways contiguous to the proposed dwelling units. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the bylaw in effect right now is 2140-97. However, council approved a new zoning bylaw last May, I should say, zoning bylaw 60-2019. So staff is going to be preparing an amendment to this bylaw as well, should it come into effect before further approvals are obtained or a decision is made on these applications. So under this bylaw, the request is to rezone the property from R1A to R3D. And there's a number of site-specific regulations, some of which are different from the previous bylaw. So I'll go through those now. On the screen right now, one of them is to require a reduced setback for Unit 11 to the private road, which is proposed at 2.2 meters as opposed to 3 meters. Next slide. Sorry, I should have said 4.5 meters. It was a setback reduction of 2.2 meters from 4.5 meters. And the same covered deck encroachments on the same 5 units that I mentioned earlier are also requiring relief under the new bylaw as well from the 6 meter interior side yard setback. Next slide. The same reduction is also required for the condominium road under the new bylaw. It would be going from 7 meters, which is the minimum under the new bylaw, to 6.7 meters. Next slide. And a new requirement that's introduced in the new bylaw is for driveways to not exceed a maximum of 50% of the unit frontage. So the driveways on all of the units that are proposed would be at 54% of the unit frontage. Next slide. So that was all the site-specific reductions proposed. We've circulated the application to internal and external agencies and received comments from several utility providers, the MTO, and several internal departments from City Hall, as well as the NEC, as the Niagara Escarpment area is across the road, and the region. Next slide. We had a public open house via Zoom on June 26th, and several written submissions have already come in from the public on these applications. So I'll just run through the list of some of the concerns that have been noted and that staff will be considering in the development of the recommendation report. So intensity of the development was mentioned, which refers to the number of units on the site. The development's impact on character, including things such as setbacks and the type of units proposed, being townhouse units. Grading, drainage, and servicing was inquired about and mentioned several times. The quality of the existing fill or soil on the site was mentioned. Parking and traffic concerns, public notice requirements, meaning when the public was notified of this development. Pedestrian and cyclist safety, potential student tenants occupying the new units, a lack of landscaping and buffering, the existing potential heritage building on the property, impacts to vegetation and buffering, impacts to existing vegetation, property values, and noise generated by the development. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions for Paul? Councillor Hanley.
Thank you, Paul. I believe this is being proposed as a condominium proposal, and if so, can you regulate, or are you looking at regulate who purchases these properties and who resides there, Or can you actually do that in the proposal you have forward before us tonight?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the planning division can't regulate who purchases a property or who occupies a property.
Even if it's running as a condominium facility?
Through the mayor, I should clarify, we do have a residential rental bylaw, as you know, which gives us some control on safety and ensures that the units are meeting our standards. So that is in place. But other than that, we can't regulate demographic or a certain person from renting a dwelling.
So you would not, so then this could eventually become a student residency then?
Through the mayor, yeah, students could very well rent these properties if they were offered to them.
In the construction of the facilities, are you planning on blasting? Because I believe the escarpment, when they did it back in the 70s when I was younger, it was maybe just feet underneath the ground, and with properties being nearby, and I actually know someone that was a dynamite man then, so I see that you put noise down, but is dynamiting and blasting a part of this project so it can be done, come to its fruition?
Through the mayor, I understand that the applicant's undertaking some analysis of the geotechnical conditions, and I'm not sure if blasting will be required for this development. The applicant may want to speak to that after their presentation if you want to ask again. But I understand that they're evaluating that subsurface fill for this development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other questions.
Councillor Wilson, did you have your hand up for a question?
Yes, I had a few concerns about this. One being that parking section that was so close to the last unit. And then also just because the way the property runs, that last unit, I think it was the same one, number 12, I believe it was, had the most, or the least amount of backyard. So they were right on that property line. To me, like, I don't know, to me, it would just make sense that the developer, I'm sure they don't want to, but if they took out one unit, they would kind of get rid of some of that problem there. I guess my concern would just be having a parking lot so close to a residence like that for safety reasons. And then also the neighbors that they back onto, if we allow all of those infringements, then the deck is 3 meters away from the property line. It just doesn't seem like very much space, and I don't know if I'd be excited about that if I lived behind it, but so yeah, I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I don't know what question I'm asking. I'm just I'm not sure like what your advice would be on that, but I would hope maybe they could just make the floor plan smaller so that they wouldn't require those changes.
Well, through the mayor, we're going to be considering all of those site-specific reductions that are being proposed and evaluate whether we think it's compatible with the neighborhood context. We're also going to be evaluating just in general the switch from the R1A to the R3, whether it's appropriate in this context. So, and for safety reasons as well, those things will all be looked at and assessed in staff's review and recommendation for this.
Okay. Is there any further question? I got Councillor Longo. Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to planning, just a few requests if I could. When your report comes back, I'd like to know if the Heritage Committee can give some input on that building. And also, we're going to be reconstructing St. David's and putting active transportation. So I'm wondering if TATAC, Thorold Active Transportation, could also provide comment when you come back with your report.
Through the mayor, my understanding is that the Heritage Committee is just beginning to do some research on this property and the heritage value. So they will have input on the application. And I will have to look into TATAC, as you mentioned. They weren't circulated on the application, but I'll see if we can get them involved in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Longo? You're good? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for your presentation. We're going to move on now to a presentation from the applicant, Consultant Craig Rowe, Upper Canada Consultants. And Craig, you have the floor now.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, all. My name is Craig Rowe. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and we're representing the owner, Mr. Anthony DeFruscia. So in addition to Paul's presentation, I'm just going to provide another detailed overview, a little bit more detail about what's being proposed on site. So to do that, I'm going to share my screen for a brief presentation. There we are. Okay. So to begin, the subject lands are 0.72 hectare parcel of urban land located on the south side of St. David's Road. The lot has roughly 78 meters of frontage along St. David's Road and contains the existing dwelling and a garage. The lot is mostly open grass with trees and a long gravel driveway. The lot is surrounded on all sides by residential development. So shown here are a couple of images that were taken back in February when we were doing site visits, some topographic survey, this being the existing dwelling and the attached garage. The gravel driveway in that open grassed area. This is a closer view of the John Brown house. And then this is just taken out from the boulevard, showing the expansive nature of the property. So the applications submitted to the city include draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment. The owner is proposing the creation of 15 vacant land units that will be developed as bungalow block townhomes. These dwellings will be approximately 5.8 meters to the eaves and be massed along a new private driveway. So this is the draft plan of vacant land condominium. You can see the units of land outlined here, and then these are the proposed dwelling units. So currently the lands are zoned for single detached dwellings under the respective R1A zones of the in effect and adopted zoning bylaw. An R3D zone is sought for the property, which will permit block townhomes on a private road. Both of these zones permit townhomes as well as single detached dwellings and semi-detached dwellings. Based on the proposed orientation and style of development, as well as market trends, site-specific relief is requested for larger driveway widths, specific setbacks from the common driveway to accommodate the utilities, and permissions for covered decks. The proposed development has been designed to ensure compatibility with surrounding land uses and efficiently use the land. The proposed configuration will yield a development density of 20 units per hectare, which is typical of most low-density developments in Niagara region. As noted, the one-story bungalow development style has been deliberately selected to ensure compatibility with the surrounding development and to ensure no overlook issues with adjacent properties occur. Bungalow dwellings are preferable from a market perspective, as they can also facilitate the ability to age in place by reducing the amount of stairs within a dwelling. The homes will feature an enhanced architectural treatment along St. David's Road to better frame the street. This built form will also be paired with a robust landscaping strategy that greens roughly 38% of the property, preserves trees, and provides screening and shade for residents. From a mobility and accessibility perspective, the subject lands are ideally located with multimodal transportation options available. The site is serviced by public transit, is located in proximity to 2 provincial highways, and will have a new 3-meter paved multi-use path established across this frontage as part of the reconstruction of St. David's Road. So on the screen before you is a preliminary landscape plan that was provided with our submission to the city. As can be seen, a robust border of trees is provided to screen development and offset any necessary tree removals. Each unit will also be provided with individual planting beds, including 2 larger beds at the development entrance, which are within view of the public realm. There was some discussion about the quality of development and tenureship during the public open house. The builder working with Mr. DeFruscia has provided me with some examples of developments in Niagara for comparison. These units exist in Niagara already and exemplify high quality and sustainable development. All buildings will also have high efficiency Energy Star ratings. As has been noted by Mr. DeFruscia and some of the media that's been seen and is repeated through our open house, these units will not be marketed towards student rentals. Although this development is admittedly different than the traditional forms experienced along St. David's Road, that does not mean that this proposal is incompatible. The development warrants consideration from council due to a strategic location of the lands and that they are in fact ideal from a growth perspective. The property is located within a short distance of multiple employment opportunities, educational facilities, and transportation networks. The proposed townhomes are desirable from a market perspective, but also physically compatible in terms of massing and setbacks. The development will build upon significant public investment in the rehabilitation of St. David's Road and have afforded the owner an opportunity to coordinate site servicing as part of the design and construction process. So the John Brown House. The existing dwelling on the property is known as the John Brown House. This dwelling was constructed in 1885 by the Brown family and features stone construction and a 2-story veranda. The features have put the house on the city's list of potential heritage properties. In speaking with the owner, it has been confirmed that the inside of the dwelling has been completely renovated. Some elements of the veranda are believed to have also been removed by previous owners of the property. While my client certainly welcomes the debate about the significance of the home, its role as a true heritage asset in the municipality is limited. The structure has been altered significantly, including the addition of a garage after 1968. The house has remained at the back of the property, away from detailed public view or experience, which has limited its potential as a publicly accessible landmark. From a preservation perspective, our client is in favor of alternative means of sharing the history of a home, which include naming the private road after the Brown family, using or replicating some of the materials into the development design, and the inclusion of a placard along the new multi-use trail sharing the history of the house with passersby. A heritage evaluation of the property was automatically triggered through the submission of these applications. I delegated to the Heritage Committee on behalf of Mr. DeFrucia this morning and offered access for the reviewing professionals. So these are just a couple of images that I provided. So this is 1968. You can see before the garage was created. And then this was that existing fabric that was out there. And just noting the alteration, this is that garage that was added sometime in either very late 60s, early 1970s. So an open house was held on June 26 over Zoom that allowed members of the public to provide their feedback. Concerns were generally consistent and were focused on the existing dwelling, homogeneous development forms, density, traffic, servicing, and tenureship. So our next steps include a review of all public and agency and council comments. Afterwards, recommendation report will be brought forth to council, certainly including a recommendation from the Heritage Committee, and the council will have to make a decision on these applications. If the applications are successful and passed by council, this development would be subject to site plan approval. So in closing, as a planner, I believe that this development is compatible and desirable for the subject lands and would be a benefit to the city. I'm happy to address any questions that council may have of me or the developer at this time.
Thank you, Craig, and I'll open the floor to questions for Craig. Councillor Hanley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You classify it as vacant land, even though there's a structure there, only because nobody's living there, it's classified as vacant land?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so vacant land condominium is established with no structures on site. So to in fact have a vacant land condominium, there need to be no structures. Units of or tracts of land within the lot itself are established legally. And then those can be built upon consistent with any zoning criteria. All areas outside of it would be a common element. So the structure would have to come down for this property to be subject of a vacant land condominium.
Okay, and you say about, thank you, and not marketed towards student housing, but once you put a for sale sign up, anybody can actually buy it. So what will you do to, and what is it that you would do to not market towards student housing or prevent student housing from there? Because if you can do it, I'd like to be interested because we've been having a tough time as council.
Well, certainly as through you, Mr. Mayor, as everyone's aware, Mr. DeFrucia stated on the public record that he in fact purchased that property to stop just that event from happening. And I do agree with the city planner there. Certainly it's not appropriate to preclude individuals of different lifestyles from or different stages of their life from buying homes. It's not appropriate to do that, but certainly in conversations with our client, the finishes in these homes, the way they're constructed, this is going to lend it towards them marketing it actively to either professionals or people that may be retired or looking to still stay in the city but may not want to upkeep a larger property at this time. And also condominiums make great neighbors because condominiums are actually allowed to regulate. Condominium agreements can be used to prohibit certain things or certain activities. I believe one of those things that they can also regulate is the ability to rent, that you need to have the condominium board to allow for units to be sublet.
So we as a council, we vote and we allow it to be a condominium consortium, say a partnership, and then 6 months after the fact, everybody in the condominium decides that they don't want to have a condominium, and then that dissolves and then it's open market, right?
Through Mr. Mayor, that's not necessarily correct. The condominium could not just be established like that. There'd be liabilities that would need to be assumed for infrastructure. But certainly the opinion and the experience of the city of Thorold, especially in this area, Mr. DeFrucia is very sensitive to that. And he's given us his word, and he's given his word on the record that he's committed to ensuring that this development is not marketed to.
Okay, in regards to the potential as a landmark, so because of the driveway, you feel that loses its potential as a landmark? I question that because many historical sites and that stuff in the States established long driveways to get back to their estates. And can you not incorporate it into the structure somehow, or without, I know what you said, without getting the agreement, no structures can be there, but presently that's not even an option.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, my computer froze up there. I lost an audio connection. Councillor Hanley, would you mind just repeating your question? I apologize.
Just in regards to the building itself and that stuff. So there's no option to try to save the building or its historical significance and that stuff and incorporate it within the build? Or is that out of the question, knowing that in order for you to do your site condominium, the building needs to be demolished?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, so a vacant land condominium requires a vacant lot. We have heard the suggestions for us to retrofit that building, incorporate as part of the development. Based on my understanding of the structural integrity of the building and the renovations that have been made, it's just not feasible to retrofit that building on the property, so they are seeking to demolish it.
Would you allow, like, have they done can I ask one more question, Mr. Mayor? That's have they done an archaeological review of the site or asked the historical society to come present and have their experts and determine whether or not it's structurally sound, or is the developer not inclined to wanting to do that? He's more interested in just demolishing the building.
Through Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, archaeological assessments were completed a few years back. There were also a submission requirement by Niagara Region. We've satisfied that. Stage 1 and 2 studies were done, finding no resources. And we also have a letter of clearance from the Ontario Ministry of Culture. In terms of the need for heritage assessment, it was not brought forward at pre-consultation. However, we did have discussions afterwards. And rather than being sneaky and trying to get a demolition permit, take the building down, we followed the appropriate course of action, which is to make an application. And as I said, that automatically triggers a heritage review by the city. So we've done it by the books and included that Heritage Committee feedback as an integral part of the recommendation coming before you.
Okay, just one other thing then, and it made me clear that if it does go through and the demolition does occur, he's willing to save some parts or use some features of the building in regards to the development, or possibly seeing that it's aged and that stuff in other sites within the city. Because of the significance of the Brown House, like to try to do research on who the individual was that eventually came from the U.S. to Canada.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We have a suite of ideas that we really think could actually make the John Brown House more prominent and more involved, especially with the introduction of that trail. We're going to have decorative walls at the entrance, options for including some of the stone within those walls. As we've indicated, we'd like to name the private road after John Brown. As well as we think that a placard along that multi-use path in front of the property would be just a lovely asset for the city and tell the story of the property so people can have a greater appreciation. They can touch that wall. They can experience a lot better in that condition rather than being tucked away at the back of a 1 hectare property in the middle of a neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? I got Councillor Kenny.
Yes, I just got 2 questions. The number of bedrooms in each unit and the price, approximate price that they'd be selling for.
Through Mr. Mayor, it's a typical floor plan that the developer has used before. My understanding is it's typically you can get a 2-bedroom setup. These will come with finished basements, so there may be an option for an additional bedroom down there if the owner so chooses when they select their finish. I don't know offhand what the selling price would be, but as indicated, these are going to be more of a premium unit, so they would likely fetch a competitive price, especially given the location close to the university, Brock Business Park, the highways. It's a very, very enticing property.
Councillor Kenny.
What do you mean by the proximity to Brock University?
To you, through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the location of this site, it has all the great elements that are prescribed through provincial, regional, and local policy. Being in proximity to post-secondary institutions, you don't need to be 18 or 19 to attend Brock. You can work at Brock. The Brock Business Park has a lot of new businesses that are opening up, large employers like the city of Thorold, Niagara Region, the highways there, and it's about equidistance to go from the region building to this site, and then equidistant again to go into downtown. So it's very strategically located. It has transit, walkable networks. It's got all the great ingredients to form a complete community.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor DeRose.
For you, Mr. Mayor. Craig, can you tell me the square footage of each unit, please?
To Mr. Chair, typically these sort of units, there'll be some refinements, but they can range between about 1,200 to 1,450 square feet.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your presentation, Craig. And we're now going to move on to public participation. Public input. Now at this time, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the applications received? Please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak, and I have a speaking list here. Up first, I have Gary Oblinski, and please again repeat your name and your address. Gary? And 5-minute max for each speaker. Is Gary there?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Gary Oblinski, and I live across the street from the proposed development at 196 St. David's Road. I've been here for 40 years, and I've seen significant changes in the area over the years. This development, as currently proposed, will have a significant impact on the well-established community, both in style and intrusive nature, due to the consultant's idea of squeezing and maximizing the number of units out of the limited space available. The development approvals application form made available on the City of Thorold site seems incomplete and inconsistent with the reality of the location. There is a missing file number, date the planning department received it, the registered plan number, reference, etc. And under the heritage property section, it was indicated to be a no. This is incorrect. It is on the city's potential designated list. Also, the potentiality contaminated sites should have had a no. It was a farmland previously, and a grading change did take place in the early 1980s. To answer no to these questions is troubling. I have consulted with owners and aerial photography to justify the no in the last question. It is not appropriate when their property was acquired only 8 years earlier and photography does not show what lies below. Answering no to these questions is contrary to reality. An environmental audit and study are required by the municipality by a qualified consultant and made available before any decision is made. In conclusion, before you, any decision in this matter must be undertaken with reasons why this land has remained like it is. Firstly, the western portion of the lot was once a ravine, filled in and graded in the late 1980s or early 1980s by the former family's owner. Secondly, the old stone house, a possible historic site, is built directly on bedrock, and it's the crown of the land, just a few feet below the grade. I have been told the stone for the house was quarried from a nearby site from across the road. Because the bedrock being so close to the surface, I have serious concerns about the proposed stormwater lines, storage tanks, and sewer line installation to require blasting and infrastructure. You have to defer these things until you have the final results. You have to know what you're voting for. And thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and all you people for allowing me to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. No decisions being made tonight, just so you know.
I understand that.
Are there any questions for Gary? Seeing none, Gary, I thank you for your presentation, and we'll move on next to Fern Lucarelli, and I would please state your name again and your address. Fern, you're up.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. My name is Fern Lucarelli. Excuse me for the feedback. Hold on one second, please. I have it down. Do you have it down? Thank you. Yeah, there's just a couple of us in the same room, so there's feedback. At any rate, I'd just like to say good evening to Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, the planners, and all those in attendance tonight. Let me begin by extending my sincere condolences to Mr. DeFruscia and his family. It's a sad night tonight. He buried his wife, so I would just like to be respectful tonight for him, and I will keep this respectful. Thank you. First, I want to talk about this zoning bylaw. So, I'm looking at what Upper Canada Consultants quoted, and I'm going to quote it. Zoning bylaw 214097 is under effect. New comprehensive zoning bylaw 62019 is under appeal and anticipated to be put in effect at some point during the review period for these applications. That makes me think that they're so confident that this bylaw will be changed during the process of his proposal. So I'm looking also at the Thorold website status, and I quote, "It will not come into effect until tribunal resolves the appeals. In the meantime, the applications are reviewed applying the bylaw 214097. So if these applications are happening at this point, we have to abide by the original bylaw, correct? Am I correct? Can anybody answer that?
I'll ask Paul. Paul, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, sure. Through the mayor, I think there might be a bit of a misunderstanding there. Yes, bylaw 214097 is the current bylaw in effect. This application is to amend that bylaw. The only reason that the new bylaw comes into play at this point as well is because we need to make sure that should the new bylaw be approved by the local planning appeals tribunal, that we've tailored, I guess, the bylaws that would be created to go forward to a decision so that the development still complies. So we're basically working with two bylaws, even though only one bylaw is in effect. It is the 214097, which is the one from 1997. But regardless, they're amending the bylaw to allow the townhomes, and the new bylaw wouldn't permit this type of development anyway. They would have to amend both bylaws.
So until the tribunal decides what to do with that appeal, we are still going to continue using the original bylaw, correct?
That's correct.
So how long can the tribunal keep this?
Through the mayor, we're waiting on a decision essentially from the tribunal on how to move forward. There's appeals on the bylaw outstanding, and until those appeals are resolved, we just continue to use the 97 bylaw.
So, Fern, I ask you to continue on the presentation because that's what we're here for, the presentation.
Yes. Well, I'm just asking about the bylaw zoning. That's what we're talking about, correct?
That's correct.
All right. At any rate, I also want to speak about Thorold's official plan, which states urban living area, that intensification, redevelopment proposals are encouraged to a unit density and housing type that is compatible and keeping up with the character of the neighborhood where it is proposed. I am not against development. I think developing that land, there's no other way around that. You can't just leave it blank. We need to put people in homes. We could propose something like 5 beautiful homes there and appeal to the richer people of Toronto, still make your tax revenues out of that and still and still have something beautiful to leave a legacy for Mr. DeFruscia. I also want to talk about the Heritage Committee. So at the last meeting of June 26th, several people asked the planning department about the Heritage Committee. Denise had said something about they were available, but they would have to get emails from the public to give it to the people that were inquiring. I think I counted 9 people.
Lost you.
People asking for that information. So one person, I'm sorry, I contacted the one person, Mr. Greg Finley, who responded to me, and he said that he only reached out to 2 people. The people on the Heritage Committee are available on your website, so if somebody needed to reach out to them, they'd have to mail the City of Thorold. So I don't understand why the Planning Committee did not give all that information out to the people who were requesting that information. Also, we were assured that, according to the planners, that they were going to, the Heritage Committee was going to have a discussion definitely on that day regarding this John Brown property. However, I spoke with Mr. Finley today, and he said that they did not speak about that. There was only 3 questions regarding that the presentation was about something else. It was about the developer sending a presentation, and they had made no statements regarding the matter. So I don't understand. There seems to be some disconnect here with information, trying to get information out to the public. I feel the public really needs to get information on a timely manner so that we can address these issues, so we can do our due diligence, so we can do our research, because some of us are still working and we have to do this on the side in the evening, and I find it very difficult to try to get this all done in less than 20 days. Also, it brings me to another point about the impact on the market value of my property. So my property is adjacent to 205. I am at 203. I'm looking at the proposed condominiums, and they align parallel to my driveway. And as the Councillor Wilson mentioned, which I appreciate, that could you imagine driving up the driveway and passing 7 backyards before you get to your garage? I find that very difficult to comprehend. I think it's just disproportionate for that particular land. I think that land could be utilized if it was bigger, more space, and then you could put more homes on it. Elevation and water issues. So because 203 sits bottom on both 2 sides, 205 and 201 are higher than I am. All the water, all the snow doesn't dissipate in the spring. It just sits there on all my Christmas trees and my fir trees, my white firs, and it sits there and it just sits there until the sun makes it evaporate or whatever. I have a really difficult time trying to cut the grass in the spring because of all the water and the rain that runs off. So you were talking about the drainage and the water runoff, that it was going to St. David's Road. Well, there's always water, and living on Woodmount Drive, all the water from St. David's Road and the Niagara Regional Road come into my property and into my neighbor's property at 4 Woodmount Drive, and we are flooded every spring. And every time there's a big rainfall, I have photos, there's 1 foot of water in there. So I'm wondering how 15 homes can give you no water residue, or the snow removal from removing it in the backyard or from the private drive that you're proposing. Let me go on to the damaging bedrock and blasting. So when my father built our house in 2000...
Fern, you're way past 5 minutes, so I'm asking you to wrap it up. I'll give you another 30 seconds, please.
All right. I oppose this proposal. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. I think you need to come up with a better plan, something that's suitable for the neighborhood, something that's suitable for everybody around here. Obviously, you have a lot of people that are very irate about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Fern. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I thank you again for your presentation. Up next, I have Mike Farrelly. Mike, please, you're up now, and repeat your name and your address, please.
Okay, hello. My name's Mike Farrelly, 6 Woodmount Drive. I have lived in the neighborhood since 1979. My first concern would be with this zoning bylaw amendment. You want to change from an R1 to an R3. The property is currently zoned R1A. I think it should remain that way. The character of the neighborhood is single detached dwellings. I challenge anyone making a decision on this, whether it be the builders or the council, whoever's making a decision, to walk from Collier Road to Tupper on the St. Catharines side and look at the existing dwellings and then decide if this cookie cutter condominium should belong there. The development of 15 condominiums is not consistent with the neighborhood or the City of Thorold's official plan. On St. David's Road between Collier Road and Tupper, these are some of the most prestigious homes in Thorold. They're large lots, approximately 100 to 200 frontage, and they range, I think they're mostly 200 feet deep. There isn't too many lots like that left in Thorold for some of the business owners in Thorold who would like to reside in Thorold to live on. That would be something you may want to take into consideration in your decision to switch this from an R1 to an R3. Continue with that, homeowners that purchased homes in this area, myself included, having lived there and then purchased my own home there. We did this for a reason, to live in large homes set back on large properties where it is quiet and private. To allow a zoning bylaw amendment on one of these lots in the center of the street is not consistent with the neighborhood and should not be allowed, as it will open up for a precedent for other people to continue this condominium building. There are a couple other double lots left on St. David's Road, and I can definitely see that happening. The condos units, I'm not debating them not being nice. They look nice, but I don't believe they belong in the center of this neighborhood. That's all I have to say, and I do ask all councillors or anyone who's making a decision on this to please walk from Collier Road to Tupper and have a look at all the homes before you make this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mike. Is there any questions? Seeing none, I will now ask Cindy Agnoletto she'll be up next. Please state your name again and your address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Cindy Agnoletto, and I reside at 16 Renfrew Drive, which is the back side on the west side on Renfrew Drive. And my back of my property is that U shape that you see. So I will get the side of number 8 and number 7, and I will talk further about this as we go along the way. Like, I understand how heavy this decision will be for the council and the planners, but at the same time, what I want to bring forward is I did send you all an email with a letter outlining all of our concerns, and that was a voice of 70 people. Have you noticed that I also sent a petition signed by individuals who live in the surrounding area of Renfrew, Tupper, and Woodmount, and they were all in agreeing of what I was going to say this evening. So we basically are concerned about that, amending the rezoning bylaw to 205 St. David's Road from an R1 to an R3. We actually oppose the density proposal of the creation of the 15 townhouse dwelling units. And there's been quite a bit of interesting talk about this Cultural Heritage Committee in the John Brown House, who was built in 1885, and not much information. And I know for a fact that I contacted Mayholm, where Miss Summers, she was our heritage historian, and sent her information there. But as you know, because of COVID, we're in unprecedented times. Access to information is very limited. There's no transparency. We cannot make an informed decision. So to me, I find, as yourselves, trying to make a decision without having all the evidence and the information, I believe that that's, not very helpful. So in good faith, we look to you, Mr. Mayor, council staff, that the adoption of the new comprehensive bylaw 60, but I understand it's under review. When they did a study, that comprehensive study, I believe I read it, and it talked about the inventory of vacant lands in Thorold. At no time did the consultants that the city of Thorold hired identified that parcel of land remaining should be an R3. It still would stand in the books as R1. And again, I also stand by and hold actually the city of Thorold accountable by what you're saying, a characteristic of our neighborhood, a single detached dwelling. And I think Fern mentioned it, the intensification and redevelopment proposal are encouraged to a unit density of housing type that is compatible in keeping with the character of the neighborhood where it is proposed. You have this in a few places, I've read it, and I believe you should stand by your words. And again, we don't agree with having 15 units placed there. Again, there seems to be minimal green space, and I believe they said 38% on these 15 severed units. To me, I have to tell you, I enjoy my green space. This is why I've lived in Thorold for 40 years. I moved from St. Catharines when I first got married in my 20s. I am a resident of Thorold and very proud of it. And when I drive around now in Thorold, I see these humongous apartments that are student residents, and we're known for being student residents. And people from Toronto are buying it not to live here. I'd like to see some evidence, some statistical evidence. Who is moving in from Toronto? I know people who live in Toronto because I have something in Toronto that I own, and the residents there, they would rather move to Niagara-on-the-Lake and Fawn Hill. They're buying for Thorold for rental purposes. So I'm really concerned about this, as much as it's a beautiful townhouse and it looks really nice on paper. But once it goes through this residential 3, they will do what they want. And that is very disheartening to me and to the 70 people on the list. The other thing I want to pay attention is the environmental site assessment. I remember when I first moved to Thorold, and I want to make this clear, in my backyard, that there was a big hole there. And we would see backfill with soil material coming from where I don't know. There was a big sign saying, please fill, free fill wanted. Again, this was before probably any bylaws or anything that was in place, trying to tamper from this happening. But we should have a study there. I want to know what's underneath, 10 feet, 30 feet underneath. And again, the other question I have is the grading. I remember when the house at 215 St. David's Road was built, which is adjacent to the lands, there was a difference of approximately 8 to 10 feet between the two places. So you know that the 205 was filled with things we don't know what's back there. And I know Gary brought up some good points, and I know Mike brought up some good points. So I'm not going to, rehash things again. But I do have issues with someone's backyard being only 6 meters, and then you've got a fence coming there, so it's less than 6 meters, and or 3 meters. I apologize. And again, I believe that Mr. John's Brown house should be looked at. I believe that you should try and incorporate the old with the new design. I've just seen down Glenridge, I think it was an old school there, and they've built townhouses there, and they've incorporated the school there. How beautiful it was that there's a sense of family history there that when they built it. So why can't we do something like that? I'm also interested, again, to the Heritage Society to follow up. And when I tried to Google Thorold News, there were some articles, January 10th by Kathy Pelche. They talked about a flour mill and how a Brown McDonald cement and plaster mill was involved. August 2nd, 2019, again, the Monroe.
Cindy, you're over. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, so anyways, in a recent Thorold newspaper, the owner said that the unit was for 50, 60-year-old. Realistically, how can a developer market this to mature, more affluent buyers? We have great examples through our city of Thorold of not being this happening. The end result was student housings. The sales of these units will be anyone who can pay the price. So if you can pay it, you get it. They're not going to ask you're 50 or 60 years old. I thank you for your time, and I hope that we do reflect on some of the comments we've made. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for your presentation. Are there any questions for Cindy? Seeing none, up next I have Mike Miato. And Mike, would you please again state your name and address? Go ahead, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, my wife Diana and my direct involvement is with respect to the possibility that there
Mike,
could
can I just
be,
please interrupt you? Could you please mute your computer speakers? 'Cause we're getting an echo.
how do I do that?
There should be a volume icon in the bottom right corner. You can click on that and click mute.
There you
Is that okay now?
Yeah.
That's better, thank you.
It's good.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so our direct involvement in this issue is the potential for sewer backups as a result of this development. If in the staff report to council, they could say whether or not there is increased risk of sewer backups for us on McGee Crescent, we would appreciate that. I think that this development constitutes poor planning in that it is in total contrast to the character of the neighborhood. It seems as though they want to cram as many people onto this property as possible. And there are many indicators, one of which is the fact that, going from an R1 zoning to R3 and skipping right over R2 is quite a huge reach. And I don't think that is appropriate. Also, as was mentioned earlier, the minimum rear yard setbacks go from 6 meters to 3 meters. And I think that's really unfair to the neighbors. This shows that this development cannot be placed onto this property based on the current bylaw. Now, at the public house, the open house, I asked the consultant for the developer if they were willing to compromise. And there were various nuances of an answer, but at this time, it looks like the developer is not interested in compromising. And I think that's a mistake. I think that in this day and age, for infilling purposes, developers must get the agreement of the surrounding neighborhood. And also, I don't believe in coincidence, so I don't think there's any coincidence that the Brock University is just down the street, about a minute's drive. And I think it just takes reasonable speculation to believe that eventually these units will have students, and there will be most likely absentee owners living all over the place. GTA was mentioned. And, this council and many previous councils have had difficulties when many students live together. Students should have the opportunity to live the full university life, but it has to be in appropriate areas. And this one is not one of them. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff for the opportunity to present my thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Are there any questions for Mike? Seeing none, again, I thank you. Up next, I have Karen Blakely as representative for Anthony DeFruscia. Karen, would you please state your name again and address?
My name is Karen Blackley. I live at 3 Tupper.
My
Tupper
mistake.
Drive.
Blackley, sorry.
That's okay. I'm also a real estate agent, and I'm also Anthony DeFruscia's cousin. I've been involved in this project from the very beginning, from the time that he first purchased this property approximately 10 years ago. Basically, he wants to create a neighborhood, one in which I'm hoping to reside. I'm hoping that I can sort of diffuse some fear about who may be living in the neighborhood. They will be geared to people that are selling their homes, larger homes, basically in the neighborhood. I've had people reach out that are very interested in living there. Councillor Kenny, to you, through Mr. Mayor, we're hoping the price will probably be between $650 to $750. So I don't think that that's conducive to Brock housing. I think it will be a fabulous neighborhood. I've been, as I say, I've been involved all along, and what is planned for there will make Thorold very proud. I can say that. Insofar as and I just want to address a couple of things. I think the majority of people know that Anthony DeFuscia lives next door. His dad also lives next door to him. So this property was purchased to try, for him to try to create something that would not devalue his home. I think he's very sensitive to that. Insofar as being sensitive to other things, the historical, perhaps the potential historical significance to the Brown House, he's willing to incorporate some of the materials and acknowledge that on the site. We've done some chatting. Anthony's dad, Carmen, used to work for Joe Perry, and Mr. Perry was involved with digging a lot of the basements in Confederation Heights. He delivered a lot of clean fill to that site to level off the former Bernardi residence there. So he remembers fondly doing that as a part-time job. Brock housing is not on the table at all. I also think with respect to the neighbors on Renfrew and McGee and Tupper, the creation of this neighborhood will not only enhance the neighborhood, but if you're looking at $700,000 for a townhouse, I think that's going to bode well for the value of your single-family residence in these neighborhoods. So I don't think that that should be a huge concern. I can speak a bit about the home that's on the property. It is. There is nothing nice about that house on the inside. The outside, the balusters on the balconies are not original. The garage is not original. There are some things on the back that are not original. It was renovated in the late 60s, early 70s, and basically a lot of the historical integrity, or all of the historical integrity on the interior is gone. There's nothing there. Again, I'm very passionate about this project. I'm excited. I hope to live there. I want to say that I've had numerous people reach out to me that are interested in being there from the neighborhood to downsize to one of these units. And I think that if council sees it in their purview to allow this to go ahead, it will be something that they can be very proud of going forward. And thank you so much for your time this evening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen. Are there any questions for Karen? Seeing none, I thank you again, and we move on now to Garrett France Wiley. And Garrett, would you please again state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Garrett France Wiley. I live at 23 Vine Street in Thorold. So my background is in heritage conservation. So I'm here mostly to talk about the historic structure on the property. I haven't been able to find very much information, and I haven't seen the heritage report that apparently has been prepared. But just from the exterior of the building, I can tell that it's a 5-bay hipped roof Georgian, which is a very uncommon building style in Thorold. There's some similar buildings in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and there's a very similar house in Thorold on Beaver Dams Road. But again, it's a very uncommon style for the area and the time. Some of the character defining elements about the building would be, say, the stonework on it. Around that time, 1855, the stonework was probably quarried on the property or from the nearby quarry on the Glen Ridge quarry. And doing some of my research as well, my guess is that the house is built of Queenston limestone. So the first Queenston quarry is in Queenston Heights, and the second Queenston quarry is where the Glen Ridge quarry conservation area is, down at the end of St. David's Road there. So the first owner of that quarry was John Brown. So I have some suspicion that there's ties between this house and the ownership of that quarry. A bit more about just the stone of the house. If it is Queenston, it's been used in Ottawa, shipped to the States. It was a very desirable material from about 1800 to 1950 when the quarry started to be abandoned. A bit more about just some of the significance on the exterior of the house would be the deep eaves on the second floor. That's very uncommon for a Georgian. Looking at the house on the second floor, you can see that a lot of the detail has been covered up by aluminum soffit that's been placed on like a 45-degree bevel. I'm sure underneath some of that soffit is some more character-defining elements to the house, and I think things like that would be worth investigating. Some more elements would be the arched window heads over each window and door on the house. Very typically, the Georgian period would have flat arches, and this house has all segmented and voussured arches, which is also very uncommon. What else? Yeah, so I'm looking at a 1934 map of the area as well, and you can tell that that house is the original farmhouse for that entire area, and that's why it's been left on the largest lot, kind of chipped away. And again, I think it's a shame to have that be the landmark and the anchor of that area, and just to have that be completely erased. And I heard the thought of reusing some of the materials on the property in the new development, but I can pick up any rock and say it's from, where the materials really only have context when they're still in their original form. And I was hearing that the inside of the house doesn't have very many original materials left, but the exterior to me professionally is quite intact. And I agree the porches and the garage are modern additions and don't really do much for the building. But beneath that, it is a 1855 5-bay Georgian house, which is a very uncommon building in the region and for Thorold, for sure at least. I have another number here. In 1891, in Welland County, which would have been Thorold and Niagara Falls at the time, there were only 81 stone houses built. So odds are a majority of those have been taken down as well. So we really are lacking in a stone building inventory in the area. And Thorold was awarded the Prince of Wales Heritage Award last year for the revitalization efforts that have been happening downtown. And I feel like if this building was directly downtown, we wouldn't be having this discussion about tearing it down and calling it vacant land. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. I'm looking forward to hearing the report. I'd be happy to be involved with it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Are there any questions for Garrett? Seeing none, then I'll move on to Isabel Delgado. Can you please again state your name and your address, please?
Hi, my name is Isabel Delgado. I live at 8 Tupper Drive in Thorold, and I have two questions. One that deals with the development itself, and one with the demolition. For the question about the development, a lot of people have stated, like Cindy was talking about the number of townhouses. I just want to refer to the official plan of the City of Thorold, dated April 2016. In Part A, it talks about the vision and land use concept. So if we have to change our density, if we have to rezone it, is that really compatible with what's going on now? And then I heard a lot of things about site-specific relief. Ooh, I don't know, that doesn't kind of fit in for me. Again, I'm not a planner, but I'm just questioning that. And then for these housing, how does this encourage diversity, I quote, diversity in housing in an effort to accommodate the broadest range of housing needs, if they all look the same? And then there's 15 of them. Mr. Rowe, the developer, talked about strategic location, vacant land, low density. 15 townhouses is low density in that area? I'm not sure of the precedent this will set, but if I have space in my backyard, can I apply for 2 townhouses? Also, another question. I hope that when you look at this plan for the developer, that it fits the Thorold checklist for the smart growth criteria completion checklist. Sorry, that's a mouthful. Because I was trying to read that. Does it fit for like pedestrian friendly, bike lane, sidewalk? I'm not sure about that. The demolition of the farmhouse, the gentleman before was speaking about the historic value. I'm really glad it's going to be investigated by the Historic Society. I attended the meeting and we're just waiting they're going to report and look into this. But I'm not sure if the city council should approve this rezoning if they should wait till that report. On the Zoom meeting on Friday, June 26th, Mr. Rowe specifically asked if the owner gave any direction to the company to retrofit or keep this building. His answer, no. No direction was given. How disappointing is that? I'm for progress, new housing, but the number of houses in this small area does not fit the community vision document of Thorold. So that's what I wanted to say. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Is there any questions for Isabel? Seeing none, I thank you again. And up next is Giuseppe Del Gobbo. And please again say your name and address, please.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, name is Giuseppe Del Gobbo, also at 8 Tupper Drive. So just these are really great points that have been brought up so far, and I generally agree with them. There seems to be two issues at play. One is is this building historic? Should we keep it? And the second one is, should we cram in as many people as possible to make profit? So I just want to point out, I am a relatively young person, and housing is a big issue right now. So I'm not against development by any means, and I think it's great that Thorold needs to develop, but we need to do so responsibly. So just to give a little bit of background about myself, so I am from Thorold. I did an undergrad in structural engineering, and then I did a PhD in structural engineering, looking specifically at historic masonry at the University of Oxford. So I know a lot about these types of buildings. And I believe Craig had previously mentioned that it would not be feasible to retrofit this building. So right now I work for Arup. It's one of the largest structural engineering companies in the world. And we've done over 10,000 projects worldwide where we do just that, where we repair, refurbish, reconfigure, or reintegrate existing buildings into new developments. It's called adaptive reuse. It's very popular in the industry. So just these comments made that it would not be feasible to incorporate townhouses with the existing building is completely false. You can, if you look at, I know there's been some additions, but that's always the case. There's a garage, that's fine. You can remove that and you strip it down to the historic or the beautiful elements. And that's an extremely beautiful characteristic building. Easily, you could keep the stone facade. It's unreinforced masonry. That's very easy to keep. And you can convert it into a townhouse. You can convert it into duplex. You can do tons of stuff with it. You could work it into the existing townhouse. So you can do something with that. The problem is that I understand from the developer's perspective, you're trying to put in a lot of units and get a return on your investment, which is fine. But the point is, you could do so. Yes, it will cut into your how much money you're making off the project, but it would be a real shame to demolish this amazing structure that we have so limited, especially in Thorold, just to make some short-term money. And the last thing I want to point out is that so the beginning presentation from Paul, he just went over exception after exception after exception that would be needed for this development. So I think the main thing to consider is that this development, they're asking for huge exceptions. And if you're to be deserving of exceptions, for example, to put townhouses in here, you should actually do something exceptional to make it worthwhile. So you have to do something exceptional in order to be made the exception. So if they came up with a new plan where they incorporated the existing facade, the front of the building, and were able to make that into some sort of beautiful townhouse, then I think that would be another conversation that would actually be worth looking into further. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giuseppe. Any questions? Seeing none, Now at this time, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the applications received? Please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak. My understanding is, do we have someone else chiming in? Are they just listening, or did they want to speak? I can't see them. Is there anyone? Okay, so I have a Danielle. What's her last name?
Agnoletto.
Oh, okay. Daniela, then would you state your name again and your address, and then you can speak.
Yes, Daniela Agnoletto, and I'm associated with the property at 16 Renfrew Drive. So currently I do live in Toronto, full disclosure, but periodically will spend time at the Thorold residence of my parents. As Cindy mentioned, my mom, the property in question, the development in question abuts their backyard. So based on the drawings shown this evening, that private road is going to be within 2 meters of their property line at the back, or so it looks like. My greater concern, obviously 15 units, having lived at that property for 30 years, understanding, we're building, there's eventually going to be a development that's never going to always stay vacant. We understand that. With 15 townhouses on that property, there is a growing concern on what it's going to do to the neighborhood. As well, the amount of variances that the property is looking for, it seems crazy to me. And some of it actually seems like it wasn't fully brought forward at our original Zoom call at the end of June. So looking at some of the road going from 7 meters to 6.7, if I caught that correctly. When you're talking about limited parking, you have seniors who you say you're selling it to, they have 2 cars. They're driving SUVs because that's where people in Niagara and GTA drive. We don't drive small compact cars. We're not, in that phase of mind. So you can only fit 1 car on your driveway. You have 7 visitor spots. You have a narrow road. You have small radius turns. You have very small frontage and backage. So there is a growing concern on the noise levels of the cars coming in, what that means in terms of even safety, road safety, turns, where are people turning in this on the road? And I think the greater part, some of the new designs that we hadn't previously seen at the end of June, it's great to see that you guys have added trees to the development. I don't believe those were on the original development plans that were shared, but there's just a concern of what this is going to do and what it means. It was great to have the realtor on the call. Don't get me wrong, I totally agree. Booming for business, great, people want townhomes. But as I mentioned, I live in Toronto, and when I'm looking for a house in Niagara, I'm leaving the city or I'm leaving the GTA for more space, and I'm not paying $650,000 to $750,000 for a townhome. And to be honest, look at what the median income is in Niagara and even Thorold. Very few people, I shouldn't say no one, very few people are going to have a mortgage that will meet that amount. So who's buying those places? It's going to be GTA investors, foreign investors who are looking to house money, and it's going to be for students. So there is a growing concern. Having gone to the University of Waterloo in a predominantly student housed area, I've lived in that zone. I've seen it firsthand between the 2 universities, what it means and what it will do to the neighborhoods. So that's great that Mr. DeFruscia lives next door to the property, but who knows if he's going to continue living there. Obviously he wants his property value to stay, but we don't know what the impact is. What would be great is to see, and I think Fern, you made mention of it, 5 homes on that piece of land that fit that area. Garrett, it was wonderful to hear something about the heritage of the property. I have spent hours the last 2 weeks, hours and hours and hours, and hitting dead end after dead end. And as my mom mentioned, libraries are closed, places are closed. No one is giving us information. So it's hard to actually understand, obviously someone said that this is the John Brown house. There's some association with John Brown and no one seems to have documentation. It's gone missing. So before this gets, demolished, and guess what? Guess who's saying that the house is not in current state? It's the realtor and it's Mr. DeFruscia and it's the developer who's doing this. No one has information otherwise. And I'm shocked. And it's really upsetting to see that we're destroying our cities. Thorold is not a place to grow. It's not a place to be. And you're going to be filled with students. And unfortunately, taxes are going to continue to rise and you're going to have a hard time getting people to move to your city. So I get it. We're all about filling in and building up and density. I get it. My background's in urban planning, totally on board with density, but within the right characteristics of the neighborhood and for the right reasons. That is all.
Thank you, Daniela. Is there any questions for Daniela? Okay, and so now at this time, is there anyone else online who wishes to speak on the applications received? Please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak, and I understand we have another speaker. One more, and it's Joy.
Joy, you want to speak?
So Joy, you have the floor. Please state your full name and address, please.
My name is Joy Whitwell D. Simone. I live at 4 Woodmill Drive. The other side of St. Catherine's Road and St. David's Road is I'm a long-time Thorolder. I lived in Thorold all my life. I still go to my dentist. Everything is in Thorold for me. I agree with everything everybody said. It doesn't fit the community. There's going to be Brock students. Don't kid yourself. There are going to be Brock students in there. My biggest concern is with 15 units there, 15 cars, and another 5 cars on top of that. I have a hard enough time getting out of Woodmount Drive to go to work at the Shaver Hospital. St. David's Road is a regional road. It's a busy road. You're going to add 15 townhouses in there with 15 cars, probably 20 cars, because not 1 car per townhouse, 2 cars per townhouse. Try and get out onto St. David's Road.
Did we lose her? Joy, we can't hear you.
Here you go. Did you hear anything?
Yeah, we did, but we just lost you in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. So my biggest, I agree with everything everybody has said. Doesn't fit the community. I think it's going to be Brock students. There's too many, density's too big for the thing. But the biggest thing for me is traffic. And Paul mentioned that they sent out, St. David's Road is a regional road. And did the region comment on the amount of traffic that would be, because Woodmount Drive is a dead end street. So there's only one way to get in, one way to get out. Barbican Heights is a dead end street. There's one way to get in, there's one way to get out. It's only St. David's Road. You put 15 more units there with 15, 20 cars, there's only one way to get in, there's only one way to get out. And that's St. David's Road. So my biggest concern, not to diminish all the other concerns that have been mentioned, because I agree with all of them, is the traffic that's going to be on St. David's Road, and if the region has commented on the traffic on St. David's Road, because St. David's Road is a regional road. That's it. That's it.
Thanks
Thank you, everybody. I love the world.
Thank you so much, Joy. Are there any questions? Seeing none, again, I'll say now at this time, is there anyone online who wishes to...
Kenny has a question.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
And Decker.
Councillor Kenny, you're muted.
Yes. I was just wondering from our staff if a couple of speakers, Garrett and also Mr. Delgado, could reach out to Mr. DeFruscia and his team and possibly have some kind of conversation about the house, and if that could be put in the report, even if the conversation is null. But I would like to hear if they could reach out to to them, and if it could be included in that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny. Did someone else have their hand up? Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question for Craig. Was the original intention always to put a 15-unit townhouse in that vacant land area? And part two, is the only access in and out St. David's Road?
Yeah, so we worked quite a bit trying to find the best way to develop the site. Some of the comments we heard at the public open house were, oh, just put a cul-de-sac and a subdivision there. 20-meter right-of-way eats the entire property, and the thing's basically all asphalt. We had an alternative concept, which actually had units at the back of the development, so they were backing on to the backyards of Renfrew Drive. But there's a significant amount of grade change there, and it's not possible to design the units that way. The grade would be sitting up in the middle of the living room walls. So we had to move things around, and we could actually get more units in it. What we did is we wanted to pare it back a little bit and keep the setback along St. David's Road consistent with some of the closer properties on the street. Because our minimum setback in the front yard, I think we only need to be 3 meters, and I think we're sitting at like 8 to 10 meter setback right now. So we did a bunch of different concepts. We designed it to ensure that we could get garbage collection, waste collection, fire department to turn around and had appropriate amount of parking. And the final concept we landed on is just the best way to engineer it to ensure that we can drain it appropriately for stormwater. I know that's a concern of the neighbor, and we certainly have to address that. But the design we've come up with is the most efficient and the most plausible way to do that development. But we did try alternative concepts. This wasn't our first crack at it and then submit it. We were troubleshooting this thing for quite a few months. And second question?
Has he considered downsizing and maybe only putting half the units in so that it'll look more conducive to the area, or is he adamant on 15 units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've heard the comment a couple of times about a reduction in units. Our preferred process is we've had the open house, we're having the public meeting, we're hearing what yourself as councillors have to say, what the neighbors have to say, and we need to take that back and take a look at what our product's going to look like going forward. And, if we can make any concessions in terms of design, it's a conversation that we're going to have. But part of the thing that factors in, and I know I heard a lot of comments about is trying to make money, to develop this site and to do infill, to bring in storm sewers, to bring in sanitary water for anybody that ever develops this site is very expensive currently with the way that development pricing is. So a reduction in units can sometimes be the reason that development can never go forward. So we need to weigh the cost of providing things like gas, hydro, all that to these units. And if there isn't enough recovery there, it can't be developed. And then it just continues to possibly sit vacant and not contribute and achieve those growth goals that have been set out in the town's official plan.
Thanks, Craig, and thanks to all the participants that asked questions and gave their feedback. It leaves us with a lot to think about.
Thank you, Councillor Decker. So now at this time, anyone online who wishes to speak on the applications received, please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak. Is there anyone else? There is no one else. So we're going to move to closing remarks. Closing remarks and closing of the meeting. This fulfills the requirements of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 pursuant to sections 34 and 51. Council will consider staff's recommendation report, which will be subsequently considered by City Council at a future date. Please provide your contact information and indicate to the clerk at clerk@thorold.ca if you wish to receive notice of Council's decision. Again, it's clerk@thorold.ca. Alternately, a letter requesting to receive notice of Council's decision may be sent to the clerk. As such, the public meeting portion of this application is now closed. And now we're going to move on to presentations. And I have Tony Vandermaas, Chair, and Joanne DeQuadis, Librarian from Thorold Public Library Board. An update on library activities during COVID-19. And I'll turn this over to Tony and Joanne. Are they with us?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Ugolini, members of Thorold City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to address you and the Thorold citizens on behalf of the Thorold Public Library and its board. There's no doubt that COVID-19 has been a great challenge to all, and the Thorold Public Library was not spared in this. Therefore, before our CO gets into the meat of this presentation, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank her and the rest of the library staff. Working from home, they continued to provide quality public library services and programming within the parameters set by the emergency declaration and realized projects which otherwise would have eventually been contracted out. When called upon to return to the library under unfamiliar and uncertain circumstances to restart library services, they worked together in planning and implementing the process. Staff did an amazing job under the circumstances and have served Thorold well. I would also like to express my appreciation to Mayor, Council, and City staff who have been most helpful and supportive of the library and its staff throughout, and to the Library Board who have worked diligently to resolve policy and procedural issues as they arose. Finally, thanks to our patrons who were patient, understanding, and supportive, as you'll soon see, as staff provided new or adaptive services. Now, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for the details. I give you the leader of our library team, CEO Joanne DeQuadros.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City staff. As the Library Board Chair, Mr. Vandermaas mentioned, library staff have continued to provide services to Thorold residents while the library facility is closed to the public. The role of a public library is to connect individuals with the community through programs and with resources. Our Thorold Library was the first library in the Niagara region to run online programs. The library ran 162 virtual programs with 1,464 participants from April to June. Libraries, as you know, provide accurate and reliable information for the community. For instance, the library provided a COVID-19 information page on our website, compiling information and links from the City and Niagara Region Public Health's website, and we also provided guidance on how to discern if the information is accurate and reliable when searching online. The first day of curbside pickup was June 2nd, 2020. Including today, we have had 359 pickups. Soon after curbside pickup began, the borrowing arrangement between Thorold, Fort Erie, Pelham, Lincoln, and Niagara-on-the-Lake public libraries resumed. While the library facility has been closed to the public, library staff have taken advantage of this by completing projects. For instance, the library has a collection of 95,656 physical items that are divided into 38 collections. To date, library staff have inventoried almost half of those collections. Further, local history material has been organized and itemized because the library frequently receives requests for property history and ancestry. Library patrons are now able to search some of these collections online. In total, 5,392 items are listed in the local history section of the library's website. As seen in the listed activities, Thorold Public Library staff wear many hats. They not only run programs or help patrons at each of the service desks by checking out their items or helping the person complete a resume on the internet computers. Library staff are responsible for the behind-the-scenes tasks that keep the library running. For instance, they prepare materials for the shelf, maintain the collection, create, organize, and implement the programs, market the library's resources and services in various formats, such as newsletters, flyers, and via social media. Library staff also take care of the library's IT needs, such as our library software system, computers, printers, wireless internet, etc. To keep the library running during COVID-19, library staff brought their work home at no additional cost to the library. Staff use their own devices, laptops, tablets, cell phones. If they do not have access to what they needed, they borrow the equipment already owned by the library. In an effort to have some cost savings, almost half of the library, currently 5 full-time and 3 part-time staff, continue to have meaningful work. The response to the efforts of library staff have been positive. Comments are seen on the slide such as, "Thorold Library is amazing." One of the Baby Time participants recognized the voice of Emily, the library programmer, from the song posted to our Baby Time Facebook group. Our patrons are enjoying the stories and activities for children and for adults. One comment on our Facebook virtual bedtime stories is, "Our girls enjoyed the story. Thanks for sharing." Others express how they miss our monthly programming. These sentiments are echoed in the following comments on our social media platforms and letters. Library patrons are pleased with the services being offered. For instance, the library provides a free weekly craft for children. They have been put together in kits so patrons can request them during the curbside pickup. One of our patrons commented, "I cannot believe they are free. That is so amazing of you guys at the library." Others applied the library for their time and effort in moving things virtually and for their assistance in online library card registration. Patrons, though, they miss the freedom of walking into the library, selecting their materials, engaging with staff and other members of the community. The library is a safe, age-friendly gathering place for our community. To date, the library has spent $3,400 on expenses as a result of COVID-19. The library, like all organizations, is adapting procedures to follow the province's direction. For example, PPE, a membership for Zoom for the board meetings, electronic resources for patrons to use, such as magazines, and crowd control measures were purchased. For example, library patrons can access the public computers, but they are not allowed to touch the collection. As a further precaution, patrons are to remain 6 feet away from the library's curbside service preparations. That was one example of the province's direction. Social distancing signage is now in place. The library's mandate is to provide equal access to information, so the library provides that information in various formats, such as ebook, audio, print. Replacing the entire collection with electronic material is a barrier for access for some of our patrons, and it is costly. For example, Thorold Public Library subscribed to electronic magazines for 7 months, 52 magazines in the Canadian Value Pack for $375 US. Due to a vendor error, the library received the electronic comic books, a cost of $1,500 US for free. The magazine subscription was purchased with consortium pricing for Ontario Public Libraries organized by the Southern Ontario Library Service. The library board will also be applying for a federal accessibility grant through the Enabling Accessibility Fund to address some of the AODA and space concerns at the library. Any reconsideration of the library board's 2020 budget would mean that the library board would be unable to accept the grant if we were successful applicants. The next service to reintroduce, as mentioned, is the library's computer, scanner, and printers. Computer access by patrons will begin on July 13th, 2020. To start, we will offer computer access on Mondays and Fridays from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. by appointment only. Curbside hours have increased this week as well. Eventually, both curbside pickup and computer access will be offered simultaneously 6 days a week. It is unknown still where the library falls in phase 3. So once again, as echoed by our board chair, Tony Vandermaas, thank you for your continued support, patience, and your understanding as we work to provide library services in these uncertain times.
Thank you, Joanne and Tony, and I'll open the floor up now for questions. I've got Councillor Sentence up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I don't have a question. I just want to thank Tony and Joanne for a great presentation, and thank you for all the hard work the staff and the board has done. It really shows up in those numbers there, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sentence. Who do I have next? Any further questions? Okay, I got Councillor Decker. Did you have a question?
So just about the library opening, the computer service Mondays and Thursdays, was that part of phase 2? So actually people can actually come into the library now?
Yes, that was part of phase 2, but it's only computer access. So patrons are able to, beginning at the end of this week, to book appointments. And we would basically walk them to the computer. They would have to wear a mask to come into the building. We would walk them to the computer, and they will only be able to touch the internet computer, and they will only be able to use the computer. They are not able to browse. So it's very limited service.
Thanks, Joanne. And I just want to say, I think it's great that we were offering all these other services, especially with the schools closing. I think it was a great outlet for parents and kids. So great job. Thanks so much.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say great job, and I love the ingenuity of the curbside and all that stuff that that you all implemented. I think it's amazing and great for our community. So keep up the great.
Thank you. Councillor Longo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Chief Librarian Joanne. Great presentation. Thanks for the update. I learned a lot of new things tonight. I do have a question, though. In the winter, I was at a meeting the library held, and it was talking about expansion. Can you tell me when you'll be coming to council with that information?
Yes, in light of COVID-19 and the presentation to council was deferred, so it is now planned for September 15th. So the library's consultants will be presenting the library board's feasibility on study on September 15th.
Great, thanks for that.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Joanne, Tony, thank you. Now, are we going to be getting the same feasibility study that we saw that night, or is it going to change now due to COVID? Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to answer that one.
Go ahead.
We aren't changing anything for the moment. We had discussed looking at at overhauling the service of the library to meet the new reality. There's no doubt some changes will be made. But just like the city, we are waiting in part to see where all of this leads us, because we can't really make any plans at the moment other than those done in the feasibility study until we see where this is going and where the upper tier governments are likely to support the municipalities and hopefully the libraries.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanley.
Thank you again, Tony and Joanne. Tony, do you have any costing figure of how many millions of dollars this expansion may be costing the taxpayers of Thorold if it's supported? And what type of funding you're looking at? I know you mentioned the government. Have you even considered that? And what's a dollar?
Well, we don't know how much it'll cost the taxpayers at the moment. I believe the price for the immediate expansion downtown would be around $7 million, if I remember correctly. Obviously, we're not even going to try to do this without some significant funding from either the province or the federal government or both. And we will also be hopefully doing a fundraising drive in the city to raise a significant portion, if possible. We don't want this to impact the taxpayers any more than you people do.
Okay.
So we'll be doing our best to get whatever money's available and to raise as much money as possible.
Councillor Hanley, go ahead.
If I could ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Maria Morrow, if we were to support the library, is there a reserve that we use? Can we use development charges, bylaws? How would we fund such a project?
Through Mr. Mayor, I guess we would have to look at service thresholds for the development charges. It would be growth related, but there are service cappings that come into play with development charges. So that certainly would be an avenue on a long-term basis. No, we don't have a reserve specific for library expansion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank Tony and Joanne for a great presentation and all the work you do on behalf of not only the library, but the community as a whole.
Thank you.
Up next, we have motions for council support. City of Thorold, mover Councillor Wilson, seconder Councillor Decker. Read the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, and I'll turn this over to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. I've lost it here on my. Oh, technology is not my friend today.
Do you want me to get the clerk to read it, or have you got it?
Could you tell me which number it is?
It's number 11A.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I think I was clicking on the wrong one. Okay. Sorry. Whereas the region of Niagara adopted a number of recommendations and its regional council on September 19, 2019, recommending that they join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, CIM, and whereas the Niagara Region motion and background information was forwarded to Thorold City Council on November 19, 2019 for information purposes, and whereas the region of Niagara has invited all 12 municipalities to join the signing and a declaration to join the coalition, and whereas in order for the municipalities to participate, Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities has requested that each municipal council pass a motion of support, and whereas diversity, equity, and inclusion matter to all of Niagara, it is important to support initiatives to tackle racism, discrimination, and promote human rights and diversity. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor Ugolini be directed to sign the declaration to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Well, I've been following this, and I really think it's a great step from all of us. You know, just seeing some of the surrounding municipalities and the increase. There's been some increase of hate crimes, but mostly in some of our surrounding municipalities to the Niagara region. So I think it's really important for us to take this step forward to make sure that we're proactive instead of waiting until, hopefully it would stop increasing, but I think this is an active way for us to work together to reduce that and increase awareness.
Thank
So
you.
I'm in support of it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. City of Thorold, cannabis odor nuisance, referred to Councillor Longo. Mover, Councillor Longo. Seconder, Councillor DeRose. Go ahead, Councillor Longo, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion reads that the resolution passed by the Council of the City of Welland at its meeting of June 16th, 2020, requesting Niagara Region and the local area municipalities work in a collaborative manner to create resolutions to present to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in an effort to effect change in the approval process and hold existing cannabis facilities accountable for their odor and light emissions be received and supported. There is an attached letter from the City of Welland. I'd like to just read a few points if I could.
Go right ahead.
It talks about residents of Ward 1 and 2 in Welland being exposed to continuous nuisance odor and light management control issues from a cannabis facility in the neighboring municipality of Pelham, and further, that these licensed facility has not been adequate in managing the nuisance odor and light emissions, and further. This goes on, Mr. Mayor, but I'd just like to comment on it if I could.
Go right ahead.
I've had some calls and concerns from residents in Thorold, mainly in the Port Robinson area. Cannabis has been legalized and approved by the federal government. We need to work through the region and Federation of Canadian Municipalities to hold the federal government responsible here. These cannabis facilities are imposing on the enjoyment of life on some of our citizens. The odor and smell, the light being emitted just isn't fair. And I can't understand how they allow it. And hopefully we can move this forward up the ladder to our MP and get a response from him. And again, the federal government needs to do everything here to control this. It's just gotten out of hand. And one thing I'll leave with council, one thing I learned about cannabis production that I was totally unaware of, and I had this discussion with our chief building official, is any resident can grow 4 cannabis plants for their personal enjoyment. But if you have a medical note from a doctor, you are allowed to grow, and he may correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the number is up to 442 plants. That is obscene in my mind. And to have we have these facilities in Thorold right now, and we need something done to control what's happening. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. I've got Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo what Councillor Longo mentioned. I think we've been talking on and off about this subject, and it seems to go nowhere. So I'm very hopeful that the region takes it seriously, and I agree that it needs to be brought to the federal government, because it's almost like we have our hands tied here, and I can't imagine living in a home neighboring that, and I feel like we can't do anything for our residents, or nothing's happened quickly for whatever reason. Niagara has been the area they want to grow these plants. Some people like the smell of it. I understand. I personally do not. So I would find it very offensive, and the light, I just can't imagine. It never, I mean, you can see it at night, the glow in the sky from a distance, right? So I can't imagine sleeping next to that. So I think, I hope this is enough, or maybe we have to do more to get them involved. I'm not sure, but hopefully, I'd like to see it come back. Like, I'd like to follow this, to be honest, and know that if something doesn't actually progress, that we try another method. I'm not sure what that would be, but sometimes I feel like we send things off, and I'm not saying nothing's being done with it, but it gets lost until there's another issue that comes up.
Thank you,
So I
Councillor.
don't know if I have to ask somebody, a staff of how we could, like, what the appropriate time frame would be, or how we could track it.
Yeah. Well, it's true, but it's asking that the region work collaboratively with all the municipalities. So I'll follow it up at the regional level, Councillor Wilson. And we can also, this was a Welland resolution that we're adopting, but is it being sent to the upper levels tiers as well? We can make sure they're CC'd on this. Go ahead, Councillor Hanley.
It's Health Canada that we know that regulates it, and sometime before this council, you may remember the last council, someone was apparently going to try to set up shop before we even had any zoning in place. And I had mentioned back then, as we did with adult entertainment parlors, and I mentioned this some years ago, can we regulate it in the same way we do then as we can with marijuana? And I don't believe we ever did bring a report back to council in regards to having it located in specific areas. And I remember significantly bringing it up, and it was on Hurricane Road where I brought it up. And I found out from the neighbors that someone was applying to do a grow up, and I got a hold of Health Canada at the time, and I brought it to council's attention. And it's been 2 years and still no resolve. But I had asked at that time that we designate an area specifically for marijuana, as we did when we licensed adult entertainment parlors in Canada, in Thorold, I mean. And I know that I asked that to be done significantly amount of time ago, and to this day there's been no resolution to it. So maybe we can get something in working in that. If, you know, if a motion can be put on the floor in regards to stuff, even in endorsement of the resolution of Welland, we need to do something within this municipality in regards to zoning and where these type of operations can exist. We fought adamantly back then for, I'll mention, adult entertainment parlors to not exist in specifically our downtown core. And I believe we need to do the same with marijuana operations, be it for or against it. There's areas for which these developments where these businesses can operate, and we do have one in Thorold, and I have received complaints in regards to the odor. And unfortunately, our hands are tied, and it's up to Health Canada and our MP, Vance Badaway, to address the issue. And I can tell you now, from what I've seen in municipalities across Ontario, since marijuana has been legalized, they do very little to address the concerns of municipalities, if nothing. It's going to be just like the train issue in Port Robinson. You might as well talk to the paint on the wall. Sorry, but that's the way I feel about it.
Anyone else? Okay. So I'll call this forward, and then Councillor Hanley we can ask staff to follow up with Jason and see what happened or where we're situated with that request from previous council. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is Jason.
Oh, you're there. Okay, go ahead, Jason. Sorry.
Thank you. So I had my hand up virtually, but I guess that's not the way we're doing it. Anyways, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Hanley's comments. The location of medical marijuana facilities has been addressed by staff. It is addressed through our new zoning bylaw. Unfortunately, as you know, that's under appeal. But once that appeal process is finalized through LPAT, then our new zoning bylaw will be in place, which does address the location of where medical marijuana facilities may be located. With regards to the growing of the marijuana, that's deemed an agricultural use, so that would be able to occur within an agricultural zone. But the actual production of the product would be different, and those would be within other specific zones as per the zoning bylaw. With regards to the odor and the light, I do support this motion of Welland's Council. There are already provisions within legislation of higher governments that can be enforced. And I'm not sure what action they are taking on this, but the provisions already exist. It's just a matter of enforcing them. So I'm happy to see this motion come forward.
Okay, if I could, just one quick thing. In our new zoning comprehensive bylaw, where would it fall under in regards to the change?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I can't recall exactly what zones they're located in, but it's something that I could look into and get back to you.
Please, thank you. I thank you for that information. I wasn't aware that was in the zoning as you stipulated.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so we have that motion before us. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Motion to receive and file minutes or adopt recommendations of council, committees, and boards. Minutes to review for information purposes. I have a mover, Councillor Hanley, second, Councillor Kenny. Is there anyone that wants to bring any minutes forward or any errors or omissions that they're aware of? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Statement by councillors. Up first is myself on mandatory masks. It's just a tomorrow afternoon at the region. The meeting was originally scheduled for 3. It's been changed to 4:30. We'll be debating a mandatory mask order across the region. There has been a groundswell of municipalities that have passed bylaws already, and it increases by the day. As you've been hearing, Toronto, Ottawa, Kingston, Waterloo Region, Guelph, and there's a lot more. So I put this on the agenda tonight. I'm a supporter of mandatory masks with the conditions laid out, and it's going to be very specified and liberal. It's not like when you leave your house or anything like that, and all those issues will be debated tomorrow, but I'm opening the floor for council's input. So does anyone want to speak on this? Go ahead, Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. We do need more information where masks are concerned, because we're not 100% sure. I know there was an article in the paper that Dr. Hiriji made some comments about. They're not sure how COVID was contracted, and if the masks would really help. I understand that, if when you're going to a doctor's office or dentist and whatever, you have to wear a mask. But I really hope tomorrow at your meeting that we do get more specifics on wearing the masks, what types of locations we're looking at, and stuff like that. Thank you.
Okay, I got Councillor Hanley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'll support it. I work in the construction industry. I do concrete. I wear a mask pretty close to almost every day. It's not inconvenient, it's in regards to my health, and I look at it as the same way. It's not, some people I think are getting the wrong impression of this. It's not that you're going to have to wear it 24/7. My understanding is if you go to a grocery store, and they request you to wear it, you put it on for the inconvenience of having it. And if you read it clearly, a lot of the bylaws are, if social distancing can't be practiced effectively, then you're required to put on the mask. It's not that you have to wear it 24/7. So for me, I support it, and it's an initiative, seeing that there's been second waves of COVID-19 already appearing around in the global atmosphere. This is actually happening worldwide, and we're all aware of that. But anyways, so for myself, I have no issues with it, doing it whatsoever, because in all honesty, it's either myself or my wife that goes in and out anyway. Since March, we've been practicing. Neither one of us go to the same place together. We haven't since then. So I've already been doing it, and I can live with continuing to do it. If that's so be it, for the health of my community, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hanley. Is anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm in agreement, Mr. Mayor, with what you proposed and what your beliefs are. I just want to ask a quick question. Would a clear mask be the same as having a face mask?
You're talking about a visor, the clear
visor, yes. A visor.
My understanding is what the debate will be about. It'll be strictly mask, but I'm not 100. Like those kind of questions can all come up in the debate,
Okay, yeah, because there's some people that can't wear a mask.
Oh, and there's going to be exclusions. If you look at it, there's a lot of information out there on what's been adopted, and you can see that all those issues have been addressed, because you're right. There are some people that can't wear them. There's issues with younger children, different other, all those issues. Like I say, they're talking, the big problem here, and the big issue this has come to a big wave is, if we move to phase 3, where more inside buildings are especially are going to be open and the crowd sizes are going to be increased, this is what happened in the United Southern States. You've seen what happened when they got the spike and then they had to move back to phase 1. We don't want to have to move back to phase 1. We want to make sure that we keep moving forward and take the precautions necessary to get there and stay there. That's my opinion that I'm giving you when I speak like that, you know. Go ahead. Do you have anything else, Councillor DeRose?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree. We don't want to go backwards in the respect to trying to get our economy back on our feet. And I know a lot of people are against the masks, but I think it's the right thing to do if we want to continue to reopen our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yes, I'm not against the masks. I'm against the process. I think that masks should be mandated by our medical examiners. We're politicians. People are sick and tired of being dictated to by politicians and told what to do. Our medical examiners in the province and in the region should just step up, do their job, tell us we should be wearing masks, and then the city and the politicians will put the bylaws in place to give the fines or whatever. But the politicians should not be directing people to wear masks. It should be the medical people, because we really don't know what's going on. They do. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. And most of you know that I have a medical person in the household, and she swears by the mask because of the droplets that will come forward from my mouth and all of our mouths. And it's a safety factor, and it will stop us from getting the COVID or help us stop it. And from my personal opinion, I think we should have the mask for certain places like the inside of a building. And so I'm all for having the mask for those particular purposes.
And Councillor Wilson, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I did. I have probably the most not popular comment to make. I'm not for the mask. I could agree with Councillor Kenny. I don't think it's up to us to tell our residents to wear masks when they leave the home. I have lots of people in my family that can't wear masks, vision problems, hearing problems, breathing problems, and this will absolutely stop them from being able to leave the home. And I know they could get in their car and they could go for a walk, but in this heat, and when you want to go maybe to an air-conditioned locations and have a walk, that's going to prevent them from leaving the home. And I'm just not for it. There's lots of articles that say the complete opposite about masks, that the droplets are so tiny that potentially spread it, that a mask won't stop it. And I mean, you can read different things on different subjects. I don't think it's our place, and I don't support it. I don't think it's right. Not to mention, how are you going to manage that? So you're going to have bylaw officers giving people a ticket for not wearing a mask, and like, what are you going to do? Arrest them? Like, it's not even an enforceable thing, in my opinion. I'm not for it. I think if people want to wear a mask, they're free to do so, obviously, that they've been doing, but we've been following social distancing. We've followed all of the requirements, and the curve has been flattened and the cases are reduced. And yet, as a region, now we want to put this in place. This is something, in my opinion, if we were going to do it, we should have done it in the beginning when we were, in lockdown, so to speak, and leaving the home for groceries. It should have been mandatory now. At this stage, I don't agree with it.
Who else had their hands up? I didn't see anyone else. Hey? Okay, I'll let our CEO make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before this meeting, we had an area CEOs meeting. So general consensus among the municipalities are it should be better dealt with the region, and if region in consultation with Niagara Regional Public Health make that decision, that'll be easier for every one of us rather than individual municipalities make that decision. So I just thought I'll share that information with council. Thank you. Okay.
Anyone else? I just wanted to bring it forward and and let everyone know and have a little bit of a discussion here, but we'll be having a discussion tomorrow, and that'll be live streamed, so anybody that wants to watch it, it will start at 4:30, and that debate will take place. And it's not to say even that they'll agree. There might be some answers they need to get back, but I'm sure it's going to be like St. Catharines had a wholesome debate last night for a couple of hours, and they unanimously agreed to send it for a bylaw at their next council meeting. But they may not have to do that if it falls under the region, because public health falls under the region. So, anyways, that's where we're at on that. I have up next Councillor Kenny, professional sports teams in Ontario during COVID-19. You're on mute.
I've got something here I'd like to read, and Councillor Senton said he would second it. Whereas it appears upper levels of government have provided special consent to professional sports teams that practice and play in the province and the country. And whereas this could contribute to a greater risk to our residents as more people travel within the communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor's office be directed to prepare a letter to send to the Prime Minister, the Premier, the local MPs, the local MPPs, and the regional chair, reiterating that the players, families, staff, and media follow the exact same rules that all us Canadians have been following to prevent the spread of COVID. That's the motion, and now just a little bit on it. They're talking about bringing the NHL to Toronto. I mean, they're talking about it. It could happen. What we're doing here is we're bringing people from the United States, Russia, Sweden, all hotspots. We have worked very hard in Niagara and all throughout Canada to stop this virus. We've lost lives, and many people lost their livelihoods. Why would we let these people, some of them greedy owners, come into our country and put us back to stage one? So basically, I'm just saying that we should send everybody a letter and say, look, come by our rules and you're welcome. Otherwise, we don't really want you here. That's it. Thank you.
I'll open the floor up for discussion. Does anyone want to speak on that? Go ahead, Councillor Sen.
Yeah, I will second the motion. I have no problem with making sure they're adhering to the rules. What's happening down there is frightening, and they don't always want to adhere to the rules. There are young kids that want to go out and want to not be in a hotel room locked up. So I have no problem supporting that motion, and just to get our 2 cents in and to reiterate what we expect when you come here. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ice allocation. Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the appropriate staff if we can have a report on the city, how the city prioritizes bookings of ice time, who are our ice users, an accurate number of ice time returned back to the city, and who is responsible for when the ice is returned back to the city at a too late a date to get someone else to fill it in. So going forward, we're talking about, I'm just looking for efficiencies in our new arenas that we're going to be, or the one arena we're going to be part of. I would like to get a good direction.
Do you want a staff report, Carl?
Yes, please.
Okay. You need a seconder? Can I get a seconder? I got Councillor Hanley for a staff report on his request. Does anyone want to speak to that? Go ahead, Councillor Hanley.
Thank you. Just so I'm understanding correctly, this is so that We know the return of ice time, I believe, from organizations such as the TAA back to the city after they've booked the ice time. Then what it is they return it to the city, and the city cannot find anybody to rent the ice time, and it's a loss to the city. And I believe that if we reflect on the budget of the actual arena, or whoever runs the arena would be responsible for it, it actually comes under the budget, so it reflects the loss to the city. I think that's what Councillor Carmen DeRose is looking for.
So we'll get that on a report, but I can tell you this, Curtis has been working extensively, and he's really tightened up the rules since he's taken over on when you can turn back, how far in advance you have to turn back ice, because there's the time, you can't turn it back the day before or the day of. There's a time limit, and I can't tell, I think it's 5 days, is it, or 7 days?
Yeah,
7 days. 7
now-
days now, and we never, as a city, ever in the past used to do that. And now, with the changes and what we're doing and trying to be more efficient, that is being enforced. 7 days, am I correct?
For all users, even the TAA?
That's correct. Am I right? I'll turn.
So it's a loss to them, not to us?
That's the way it should be, unless we rent the ice out. No, if they turn it in 7 days in advance, it's not a loss. If they turn it in the day before, it's a loss. Okay?
Thank you.
Councillor Sentence. Oh, did you want to speak on that, or CIO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that Curtis has extensive consultation with Councillor DeRose, so he understands exactly what Councillor DeRose is asking for.
Thank you.
So he will put together the report and provide all your concerns, he'll address all the concerns in the report. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sentence, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no problem with getting a report. I think the institution of ActiveNet will be a very big deal for us as far as efficiencies and making sure that empty ice is rented out. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, do we have to vote on that? Okay, we have to vote for that staff report. Oh, I got Councillor Decker first. Go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor's sentence about ActiveNet that it will bring more information. I guess my only concern is obviously with COVID, the report would not be that accurate for March going forward because there was no ice time used because all the activities and games and whatever were canceled. So
there will be, but we pulled the ice out early, so there was a savings there, right? Correct? So the report will be not just about that, it's going to tell you what the policy is, how it's going to be worked, and then so it'll be a wholesome report.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for that staff report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, and up next I have Councillor Hanley. He wants to talk about Canada Games lease update and progress. Councillor Hanley. You're on mute.
That's okay, I got it there. A little click. Actually, I got a motion I'd like to put to the floor that's been seconded by Councillor DeRose in regards to the lease, and I bring it up. And what it's in regards to allowing staff time or the council time to review the documents. And it's funny, even tonight in tonight's public meeting, Fern Lucarelli and even Sydney Agnata mentioned about 20 days even for a zoning referral for all the information to be documented. Wasn't sufficient amount of time for her. So I'm wanting to make sure that we get a sufficient amount of time as council. So I'm wanting to do is, whereas prior to a vote by council on the Canada Games Park lease agreement, the public and council be given ample time to review documents. And whereas a time limit of 30 days prior to a vote, 2 council meetings be allowed for council, public to view, research, and pose questions. And whereas prior to a vote by council, council be given ample time for legal questions with a solicitor present for the city available for such 10 days prior to an information session or a decision by council. And whereas seeing the time allotted so far to present such lease is 14 months since May 21st, 19, and 7 months since December 3rd meetings. And whereas seeing the time needed to come to terms of agreement so far as between 7 to 14 months in negotiations to even present a lease to council. And whereas today a time frame of 14 months since May 21st and 7 months since December 3rd, it is apparent that this decision cannot be made with only 4 days notice to view documents as per the December 3rd council meeting. Therefore, the council of the city of Thorold, I ask for your support of my motion to allow council and the public 30 days to view documents prior to the decision by council on a 40-year long-term lease agreement with our partners, Brock, the city of St. Catharines, the region. And Mr. Mayor, I don't find that unreasonable. As I mentioned just tonight in our public meeting, 2 of the presenters mentioned, as I mentioned, I will again, Fern herself, 20 days she felt wasn't sufficient to do the background work she needed to do just for a zoning application. And we're going to be presented with a document that staff and other entities have been working on for well over a year in some instances, and definitely continuously since December 3rd, 2019. So I don't find it unreasonable that when this document needs to be presented to the public and council, that we be given a 30-day time frame to have that document in our hands. And the reasoning being also, Mr. Mayor, because at the last time, it was just 4 days prior to the meeting where we were given documentation for the December 3rd meeting that in fact had been in the possession of the city for several months, as documented by Councillor Longo at that meeting. And we were not given that information until 4 days prior. So on a decision such as this, I'm wanting to make sure that we get ample time, and the reason being is because we previously had an email sent to us stating that there had to be a deadline met by April the 30th, which has come and gone. And I do not want to have a documentation all of a sudden presented to me on a Thursday, and I need to make a $40 million decision in 4 days. So my motion, I feel, is reasonable. 30 days to be in possession of such document, because as myself, I work 40 hours a week, 4 10-hour shifts. I have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So they'll really only give me 12 days to research and only 4 days to actually be able to go to City Hall on my day off to get the information I need or through online services. So that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'll, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, depending on what council provides as a direction, how much advance notice they require, we will provide that. Just to reiterate that I mentioned before, we are still there's ongoing negotiations with the definitive agreements with the consortium partners. These agreements are not finalized. Just for council's information as well, that we have retained the services of Tom Richardson from Sylvan Maney Lawyers to ensure cities' interests are protected. And Tom is reviewing all the documents, whatever we have, and also looking at the agreements that they are still in the draft form. And he will come to council and ask all the questions as well. For council, Tom is here with us on call. If anyone wants to have any discussion or want to speak with Tom as well, he's looking after our interest from a legal standpoint as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Did anyone want to speak to the to our legal counsel? Did anyone have questions? Councillor Sentence, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions from Tom. I let him do his work. I have no problem with the motion if that's the time we need, but I think we have to give respect to our staff who are doing a great job and are trying their best, and give them the time. So if we're saying we need 30 days of time, that's great. I got no problem with that. But we can't be on staff saying, where's the report? Where's the report? Why isn't the report here? When I believe they're doing their due diligence and trying to get the best deal for the city of Thorold. So I have no problem with the motion of more time for us to look at it and the public, but we have to give staff their time to do this and do the job right, which I think they are doing, and trying to get our best deal. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad Councillor Hanley brought this up because I do have some questions. I guess my first question to the CEO is, can you tell us why these agreements are taking so long? We were told at the meeting in December, especially the lease agreement, was a very simple agreement, and it would be brought to us rather shortly. Actually, some residents laughed at me when I questioned that it could take longer. So I'm just wondering why that one's taking so long.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are several parties involved, and everyone wants to make sure that the agreements are to their satisfaction, including ourselves. We would not present anything in front of council that we think are not suitable for Thorold. And similarly, other municipalities are St. Catharines, Brock, Niagara region, they are doing the same. So you just want to make sure that what we put together is acceptable to everyone. And that is the reason it is taking quite extensive time. The other matter of fact that has happened is that initially the Canada Games Host Society was supposed to construct the Canada Games Park. However, as we mentioned in our memo to council previously, that Niagara region has taken over the construction of Canada Games Park. The reason for they are doing it because they are the backstop. The council has agreed to for the overruns bill if there is any. So it makes sense for them to be the backstop. So because of that, all the agreements that were put together or were in a stage needs to be refined to reflect that change. So there has been tremendous amount of ongoing negotiations that are going on, and as I said, now that we have Mr. Richardson looking after our interest to make sure he's going through fine-tooth comb all the agreements to make sure that our interest is protected. So from staff's perspective as well, I just want to rest assure all council that we have been negotiating, looking after Thorold's interest, and I agree with Councillor Handley's comment. It is before even you have mentioned that, it is in our interest as well. We're not going to present it to council a day before or 4 days that you mentioned. It is a comprehensive document which we will be presented to council ahead of time based on whatever council decides us to. Because once they are finalized, we will let the consortium partners know that this is the requirement of our council. So whenever they will finalize it, we'll put it to council or in public domain as well. And second thing is that some of the deadlines that were there in the past, those deadlines were because some of our partners were interested in finalizing those agreements by that date. However, the others, including ourselves, were not ready to sign it because that was not taking care of our needs. And that is the reason it is taking longer. And then from our perspective, if you look at Niagara region, St. Catharines, Brock, they have given delegated authority to their staff to sign the agreements. From our perspective, we do not have any delegated authority, so any agreement that needs to be signed will come to council. There will be debate on council, and depending on how council move forward, they are the ones who are going to sign it. Staff don't have that authority to sign. Thank you.
Did you want to add
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess another question to the CAO, since he brought up the region taking the project over. We received a very minor information on that. I guess, can somebody tell me, I guess, why this happened? Why is the region taking it over? And how, if we're an equal partner with the region and Brock and the city of St. Catharines, how they can unilaterally do that without coming to the city of Thorold and asking for that right? Because I'm a little concerned getting into a partnership and when a major change is being made, not even being consulted as a partner.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. Councillor Longo's question is excellent and it's timely. As a result of the region's decision to take over the transition to construct the project, we've put ourselves in kind of a precarious situation where the lawyers who have been representing the consortium to this stage have suggested that, based on our questioning, our line of questioning, that we seek independent legal advice. And that's the reason why we've moved ahead to secure the services of Sullivan Manny, because we think that our interest is maybe not being served under the original arrangement. I'm not sure exactly what detail I can provide Councillor Longo in the public forum, other than to say that the transition agreement between Canada Games Host Society and the region does not include Brock or St. Catharines. It's really an arrangement with them. I think they've explained it that at some point in time, the handoff from the host society to the consortium has to take place. And because there was some difficulty in coming to agreement as to the terms, they decided to make it happen sooner rather than later. So I understand Councillor Longo's question. I don't think I've answered it properly because I'm not certain to what extent I can elaborate. But perhaps if Tom Richardson could provide some indication as to the services he's going to be providing for us, and if we can make a list of those issues that councillors would like us to address in the report, that we would be more than happy to do so.
Is he here? Do you want him to? Hi?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. It's Tom Richardson.
Yes, go ahead, Tom,
speaking.
if you would like to chime in here.
Sure, by all means. I think that the information Mr. Holman just gave you is bang on. The sort of the lead document is the transfer payment agreement, which is signed, in which the province and the host society were the major parties, and then the region, the city of Thorold, the city of St. Catharines and Brock were named as participants. So that document has been signed, but the other documents which will form the ongoing relationship, the consortium agreement, has not been signed, and it will require some changes now because of the move that the region has done, and the ground lease, which, as Councillor Handley described it, it's not a complicated lease. We'd like to review it, but your staff have determined that we should step in and give what will be called independent legal advice. There is a law firm that has been representing Thorold, St. Catharines, and the region. Brock had its own and has its own separate legal advice from the start. And so it was felt that the city of Thorold should have its own independent legal advice. We have received those documents and have commenced our review of them. It'll be myself and a commercial lawyer, David Willer, who is more versed on real estate matters now than I am. And so the two of us will provide a report to you as quickly as we can. We had been aiming to be back to you for the council meeting of July the 21st, 2 weeks today. That certainly isn't within the time period that Councillor Handley wants. And if you determine that you'd like to provide yourself more time, I can't promise you that we'll have a report for you by the end of this week. So we'd be in then to the week before you hold your meeting. So additional time will be welcome. I'm not sure how the other parties will receive that, and senior staff may be able to comment on that. But we will do our report to you as quickly as we can. And as Mr. Holman indicated to you, we would welcome an expression of any concerns that council may have. I'm making a note of those that have been raised already by the council. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. I appreciate that update, and I look forward to independent legal advice on this. And a report would be great because, as I'm sure you're aware, we agreed to this 40-year project with 6 unsigned contracts. that still need to come forward. And that concerns me greatly. I'm glad you're on our side looking out for our interests. This is a very expensive project, and again, those unsigned contracts from day one really concern me. I don't know if you would have given us the advice to sign at that time without having those in place, but it's too late now. So hopefully you can help us out along the way. Thank you.
Councillor DeRose. Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Mr. Richardson, and I'll reiterate what Mr. Longo said. Thank you for joining us and trying to help us out. I'm a little surprised that we waited this long to get independent counsel on the largest expenditure in the history of Thorold. And the other thing I'm a little disappointed in is we weren't given a heads up that Mr. Richardson would be on tonight to ask questions, take questions. So my next question is, can we approach him over the phone or through emails?
For you.
From my perspective, sorry, Mr. Dilwari, do you want to respond?
No, please go ahead.
I'm happy to have council either call me directly or to go through your senior staff. That may be a more coordinated way to do it, quite frankly, to come through your senior staff and then to me, as our intention is to have further meetings with your staff at a distance as we are tonight to continue to discuss issues that may be raised by council.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add to what a question that Councillor DeRose have asked in terms of retaining the services late. Right from day one, there was the legal services were retained because our interest, our regions, and St. Catherine's interest was common. So a common law firm were retained by all three of us. Brock has their own interests. They had their own lawyers. Canada Summer Games Host Society have their own lawyers. When the decision was made that the region is going to be the constructor of Canada Games Park, we felt that there is a need for us to have our own independent advice so that that can look after city's interest. So that is the reason why Mr. Richardson has been retained. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just another, Mr. Mayor, the Councillor Longo, I understand that initially there was a list of agreements that needs to be signed. Through this whole negotiation, those agreements are restricted. We are only going to sign the consortium agreement and also the legacy lease agreement. Mr. Richardson can elaborate on it. So the number of agreements that initially they thought would be required, they're trying to consolidate and then try to put it into, mainly a consortium agreement and a legacy lease. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yeah, I'm going to support what Councillor Hanley's asking for, and we all need time for this. But Councillor DeRose's question that we could call the Mr. Richardson whenever we want. I hope that I didn't really understand his answer, but we're not going to get to go ahead to just call whenever we want. I think we should go through the proper channels to talk to the lawyer. And otherwise, he might be on the phone for hours and we're going to get a bill for what? Like, I don't think that's.
We're going to go through senior staff like Mr. Richardson recommended would be the best.
Okay, maybe I didn't understand his answer then. So we are going to go through senior staff.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So would it then be a good idea perhaps if we had questions that we just email them to Mr. Holman instead of tying him up on the phone as he has other...
What I would do is I would send your questions to Manoj and CC Jeff, because they're the two that are working on these agreements with the lawyers, okay?
Okay, yep, that sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add one more request here, something that was supposed to take place. I'm learning a lot of new things tonight, and I'm shocked that I'm learning new things. We were supposed to be updated every 2 weeks, I believe, on this project. Any changes, anything we needed to know. I have not had a detailed update in months, and I don't understand the reason why. And I don't know if I'm the only one that doesn't know what's going on with this project, or if nobody's in the loop or only some are in the loop. But I would just appreciate that we get back to our promised updates. Again, this is a huge project. We want to make sure it goes forward and we're all protected. So again, if we can get those updates, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good point, and I'll turn it over to
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, councillors, the agreement is taking very long time. We recognize that. And second thing is, whatever information that comes to us, we have provided 2 memos to council, one by Mr. Homan on June 4th and second by Mr. Homan and myself on June 11th. And unfortunately, and anything that we receive from the Canada Games Host Society in terms of meeting minutes and all those things, we upload it as on our website. So all the information that we receive from them is on our website. But as I said,
I think what he's looking for is the site meetings updates. Am I correct, Councillor Longo?
Site meeting update, Mr. Mayor, is they're all uploaded as we receive from Canada Games right on our website. Thank you.
There, and they're
Yes.
coming in because they're meeting on what, 2 weeks? I know over COVID, over a month, there was no meeting.
So any document that we receive, councillors, we put it on our website. Thank you.
But I think he's talking about how we used to always put the site plan meeting, you know.
We are still putting it. It is there. Our website is pretty up to date. We have, whatever we are getting it, the site meeting minutes and all, we are actually providing it, putting it on the website. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Hanley?
Just to move the motion forward, Mr. Mayor.
Have you got that? So you want 30 days, am I correct?
30 days, and then prior to us, when we get the documents in our hands, give us an allotment of time in between to be able to have a meeting with Tom Richardson to get questions. And then obviously then the next council meeting, it'll become a council to be passed or rejected.
So you want to have...
I don't want to have it a decision night that we're going to have a meeting in the back room 15 minutes before a council meeting on a decisive decision. We got all our legal questions ready. So I know we've already talked about forwarding emails, whatever, to Tom, but over and above that, because we each may be emailing different questions to him, then we could collectively garner ourselves together and have a discussion together before it gets to the next council meeting where we're going to vote. That's what I'd like.
So we can hold a special meeting for that.
Yes.
Okay. I am all for getting that, our lawyer there, Mr. Richardson, and ask those questions. I don't know, I think that if we hold that meeting and then the council meeting happens, it's not quite 30 days. I don't think we should ram ourselves at 30 days.
No.
I think
even if it's over and above the 30 days, because I realize that, and the changing of the documents because the regional now becoming part of the construction management, and you know there are going to be operating cost increase to it. That is a concern too. So if it takes a little longer, so be it.
So what I'm saying is, if we get all the information, hold a special meeting, and then the next council meeting pass it, are you good with that?
No, we need, when I get the information, I'm going to need a couple of weeks and at least, you know.
I know that, but I'm not saying that we need 30 days, Councillor Longo.
Yeah. I need sufficient amount of time
we'll give you are you willing to take a friendly amendment and say we give you sufficient time and we hold another meeting before the council meeting to make sure we go through all that?
Well, see, my reasoning for the 30 days is this here. If you give me 10 days and I'm working 8 out of those 10 days, 10-hour shifts in 100 degrees weather like we're having now, I'm not going to feel like coming home and reading documents. So that's why I'm asking, like, for the day I get the document, if it's August 1st, I'm not making a decision until September the 1st. Look, we had a public meeting today in regards to a zoning law, and people were complaining they only had 20 days to do that, and it was only a zoning thing because of work commitments and that. And on a $40 million maybe decision, or who knows, it's a multi-million-dollar decision going to be over 40 years.
You have to understand.
I need sufficient time. I like doing my homework.
I agree, but I also have to understand that we have to trust that when our lawyer's going to answer your questions and give you that advice and read and send the documents, that we have to trust that that those documents are in our best interest. They know more. They know more than we do.
No, I know that, but we had trust in our staff at the December 3rd meeting too, and you know full well that we received documents 4 or 5 days before making a decision that the city had in their hands for months.
Well,
and we didn't receive them until the week before the meeting, and that was confirmed at the meeting. That's my concern. Is the city holding documents right now that maybe we could review? Like, you have to understand, that's why I asked for 30 days. I don't want to be rushed into making a decision that's going to have a long-lasting impact on the taxpayers of Thorold for a term of 10 council terms, 40 years. It's not something I want to make a decision at in 5 days. That's my concern.
okay, so that's the motion. It's on the floor. Does anyone else want to speak to it? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Wait. Who was opposed? I counted 2. Okay, carried. And up next, I have large housing units. Councillor Hanley.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, what I was going to ask, I know there were some people viewing tonight. I believe if they watched our meetings in regards to the zoning application for St. David's, most of those questions have been answered in regards to the procedures in regards to large housing developments, and more or less, if they watch the meeting, and I'll let them know to view it, the questions that I was going to answer was answered tonight. The questions I was going to answer were already asked.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're on to consent reports. I have a mover, Councillor Wilson, and a seconder, Councillor Sentence. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consent reports. Does anyone want to bring one forward out of the consent reports? Councillor Kenny.
Yes, 20, 20, 21.
Okay, I'm going to pull that one. Anyone else? Okay, so we have A, B, D, E, F, and G. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now I got DF 2020-21 banking agreement renewal, and I have you have the floor, Councillor Kenny.
Yes, our banking agreement and renewing on a 5-year term. It said in the report that this has been our city bank for decades. It's been my bank for decades too, but you know what? They left town. And they want a 5-year deal, and they're renewing everything. I would just like to look at the credit unions or the banks that are still here in Thorold, and if they can provide the exact same service at no cost, why don't we keep staying Thorold? Why go with the Royal? They left Thorold.
I'll turn that over to our
through Mr. Mayor,
Director of Finance, Maria.
You know, to answer your question, if you're unwilling or uncomfortable with a 5-year term, we would ask that you at least give us a 1-year term because it's not quite that easy to just switch banks. We would have to do the RFP. We would have to extend it to all banks, not just banks or credit unions located in Thorold. We would have to use up any of our check stock that we have. We would have to allow for conversion of all of our customers, the pre-authorized payments and the payroll deposits. We have programming that is built into our financial software that is specific to the Royal Bank. So it's not quite that easy. So again, you know, our recommendation is 5 years, but certainly if council wants to shop the program, if you could at least allow us to sign up with Royal Bank for 1 year to give us some time to kind of do everything.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yeah. So our staff is asking for 1 year, and I can support that. And looking down the road that we can approach other banks and give them the heads up that we're going to, there might be an option for them to use our services.
So basically, what our Director of Finance is saying, she's recommending 5 years. She says if we don't choose 5 years, she needs at least a year. So she's not
Yeah.
recommending 1 year, just so you know.
I'm suggesting 1 year. Let's go with 1 year, and in this 1 year, let's see if
Well,
there's other.
if you want to have 1 year, you need to make a motion for 1 year and then find a seconder, and then we have to debate the 1 year, okay?
I just did. I'll make a motion that we follow our financial people there and go with 1 year and
I need a seconder. If I got a seconder. Do I have a seconder? There's no second.
Can I ask a question before that, Mr. Mayor? Is that appropriate?
No, there's a motion on the floor. Do you want to second it and have a debate, or are we moving on?
But I don't want to second it unless I can get an answer to this question. That's the problem. Is that possible?
So you can second a motion and have a conversation, then you can ask your question. If not, doesn't mean the motion's going to pass.
Okay, I'll second it then, just so I can ask the question.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Maria. Maria, even if you did do this and go out for RFP, you have to send it to all banks. So
that's correct.
Would you be able to say then we only want a bank at Thorold, or it would still go to the lowest bid?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that it would be possible to just restrict it to Thorold banks. You would have to provide a fair and equitable request for proposal, and that would mean that you would have to put it out to everyone.
And then even if you did do that, I'm assuming staff would then weigh the cost of all of the change. That's a lot of changes you listed there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's a lot of work to switch. And our fees are about $10,000, $11,000 right now.
Yeah, and then you need new software. You have to switch all of your staff and residents. And okay, thank you.
Councillor Decker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support this motion because I know what's involved in changing just bank accounts with just a few payroll deposits and withdrawals. And what we're asking our finance department to do is incredibly out of the norm. So I do not support this. It would be not only costly to the city of Thorold, but it's totally not worth, I'm trying to find the right words. It's totally not worth the effort. So I'm not supporting the motion, and I'm going to agree with Maria that we go with the 5-year term.
Thank you, Councillor Decker. I got Councillor Sentence and then Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I feel the same way. I can't support the motion. If it was guaranteed to go to, we could pick a Thorold bank, that would be a lot different for me. But it's just going to go out, and the big boys can come and lowball. I just if it was Thorold bank for sure, I'd be in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Go ahead.
Can I just withdraw the motion? Save some time.
And do you want to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, so the original motion's back on the floor. The banking agreement renewal recommended by the Finance Department. Does anyone want to speak to that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I understand Councillor Kenny's intent is to try and keep the banking in Thorold. We do have the Bank of Montreal still here, but how long is it going to be here? We don't know that. We've been with the Royal Bank for a long time, and they've given us some good work, some positive results over the years. So I can't see us changing the for the sake of trying to get a bank in Thorold, because that's never going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Does anyone else want to speak to the original motion? So I have a mover again for this one as well, Councillor Wilson, seconder, Councillor Sentence, on DF 2020-21, banking agreement renewal. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we move on to discussion reports. CAO 2020-02, a mover, Councillor Decker, a seconder, Councillor DeRose, pandemic recovery plan, and I turn this over to our CAO, Manoj Dawari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendations are that the report CA 2020-02 be received for information purposes, and the second is that the staff prepare additional reports as required. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, everybody's seen this report. Does anyone want to speak to the report? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yeah, in the report, and I called the union about it, and it says extensive consultation with all department heads. When we're dealing with this COVID, and we've had 4 reports, we should be involving the union with the health and safety of our workers. I talked to our city clerk yesterday. We're going to have to make some decisions down the road, even with us as councillors, when we're going to go back into the council chambers. Some people might feel safe 6 months from now going into council chambers. Others might feel, you know what, it's not for me. Until I get a vaccine, I'm not sitting there. Can you imagine tonight with a public meeting and 6 months from now, 60 people in that room? So down the road, we have to have more consultation with other people than just the department heads, I feel. And that's my point. And I'd like to be, some of the councillors might want to be involved down the road. Thank you.
Go ahead, Manoj.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report and the pandemic plan, recovery plan that you see is the framework. We will have extensive consultation with our Joint Health and Safety Committee, Emergency Operations Centers, and other staff to find out the details. At this point in time, as you see in the report, we are still in stage 1. We are conducting business wherever possible from work. We are actually meeting with people in terms of issuing marriage licensing. We're meeting with the developers on an as required basis. Step 2 is to open one of our committee rooms and if required, bring public to the City Hall to address their concern if that cannot be met virtually. At this point in time, we have not received any request from any section that they are interested in coming to us. But so what we are doing is the framework actually shows how the progression will take place. At this point, if you look at it, we have not specified any timelines that when these stages will take place. And we are looking into it. And again, Councillor Kenny, I do appreciate what you're talking about. And certainly, we will have consultation with Joint Health and Safety Committee. I did spoke with the chair of the Joint Health and Safety Committee this morning as well. And the framework has been shared with them. However, the details have still been worked out. And then more discussion will happen with Joint Health and Safety and also the EOC on that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I feel I have to. Can I ask the CAO how many full-time employees are working out of City Hall on a full-time basis right now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Longo. At a given day, we have about 10 to 12 people in the City Hall every day. Typically, the occupancy for City Hall is about 25 or so. So I would say about, in a given day, 40% are here every day.
So how many people are working there 5 days a week?
So the thing is, there are certain individuals who are coming on an as required basis. Our building officials, our building inspectors are there every day. Our bylaw officers who are on duty there every day. We have staff from clerk's office. Some of them are there every day. I am there at least 3 days a week, if not more. And there are members from finance department who are there on a daily basis as well. We have to make sure that, so we are at this point in time, we are about, as I said, 10 to 12 people on any given day. So talk about at least 40 to 50% occupancy is there. Thank you.
Just my feeling, we've had this discussion, Mr. CAO. You're the only employee that we control on council. I believe you should be there 5 days a week. I'll come out publicly and say that. I think it sets an example for the rest of our employees. I'm not looking for council to say anything. It's just a feeling I have. I've got family members who work in healthcare. They work shoulder to shoulder. There's no physical distancing at hospitals, trust me. We have a big city hall. We should start to safely get employees back there working. It's just my feeling on the issue, and I had to be vocal. It's been bothering me for a long time. It seems like government is the last one to get back to work. We've got people working in a lot of industries figuring out ways to do it, and I think we need to figure out ways at City Hall, and I don't think we need months and months of stages to get back into it. We owe it to the outside workers who are out there every day. We owe it to the public who's looking for direction from us. And again, it's just my comment. Thank you.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just comment to Councillor Longo as well, that the people who are working from home, they are actually, they have, like our planners, if they can work from home, they are working from home. It's not that they are not working. And whenever they're required to come to City Hall to print or to have half a day spent at City Hall, they are doing it as well. We also want to make sure that I understand from talking to other municipalities as well, different municipalities are doing it differently, but we are actually, if you look at it, 40 to 50% attendance at City Hall on a daily basis. I think we are one of the municipalities we have most attendance, if not from another perspective as well. So one thing I can assure you, the council as well, that if people are working from home, doesn't mean that they are not working. And it is, and as I said, we have every day we have meeting, either the senior staff or the EOC. Every department head is responsible for making sure that their staff are working diligently. And that's the report that I received from all our senior staff or the directors, that everybody is working. And as I said, if someone has to be there, and there are certain individuals, if they have work from home there, and we have video conferencing, and part of the day or most sometime we are on video conferencing for half of the day. So I understand and I appreciate the concern, and certainly we will slowly ease off that more people will come to City Hall. But one thing, and I want to tell, based on the information that I received from all senior staff, that people are working from home, even though they are not physically present, they're still working. Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't insinuating people weren't working. That's not what I was trying to say. I trust staff is working. I just think we need to lead by example, and we need to try to ramp up and get back in the building and be visible in the community. That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Councillor Longo, ahead. Councillor Hanlon.
So I just have one.
Wait, 1 second.
Sorry, I just want more comment, councillors, which I sort of failed to mention. We also have construction going on in the City Hall as well, and the whole City Hall is getting renovated. So it is sometimes very difficult, all of us, to be present here as well. As I said in my emails to the staff and council, is that is going on. We have the timelines. Hopefully by end of July, everything will be completed, or early August. Then we will bring everybody, depending on how we move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hanley.
Since, through you, Mr. Mayor, since we're on the topic, I just want to know, has the city, or will the city consider, seeing that some of the comments that the CEO made, that some people will be able to, in post-COVID-19, be able to work from home? And if so, the reason I bring it up, because I know I've been keeping in touch in the news, that I know that some municipalities and some businesses, through their collective bargaining agreement, are already negotiating with the union. It's happening with my trade in regards to renegotiating their wages, because they find it that they'll be able to work from home, but will be receiving less pay. And it's something that's going to be a wave of the future. And is the city considering that, seeing that in some comments it tends to seem to work, that people can do and work just as efficiently from home, even though I do agree with some of the comments Councillor Longo's made.
Thank you, Councillor Hanley. I had our Director of Finance, Maria Morrow. Did you want to speak?
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I thought your hand was up. I had Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment on that. I can't get behind saying that people have to work from home and get less pay. I've been working from home for months, and I work harder now than when I drove to an office. I just don't stop working, and I think that's probably, when I talk to people that are working from home, that's what's happening. People are working harder now because they're afraid that they're going to lose their job at the end of all this. So to say that we should look at keeping them there and then pay them less is wrong, in my opinion. Potentially, I think a lot of businesses are moving towards leaving some people who want to and can work from home, that they do that, and it does reduce, obviously, office space and overhead for the city. But I actually think it's really important for us to get people back to the city, like Councillor Longo was saying. I think there's some major concerns about mental health, and working from home does wear on you, especially if you're not in Zoom calls and seeing people all the time. So I think there's something to be said for getting people back into City Hall, whether that's a rotation to start with. But I think it's important for people to come back for sure. But if they're staying at home, I don't think we should be talking about reducing their pay.
If I can reiterate there, I actually said consider. I didn't say. I asked if the city is considering.
Okay, Councillor.
That was my wording. So just to make Councillor Wilson aware of that, I didn't say do it. I was asking if the city was considering doing it.
Councillor Kenny.
I think we just signed a 3-year collective agreement with the workers, so I don't think we have to worry about considering anything right now. We have a contract to follow.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Seeing none, then I'll ask that all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. We're into B, PWCS 2020-21. Mover, Councillor Longo. Seconder, Councillor Wilson. Cemetery Software Contract Award. And I'll turn that over to our Director of Public Works and Community Services, Jeff Holman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that the cemetery software project be awarded to Central Square Technologies for their Stone Orchard software in the amount of $65,495 plus HST. And secondly, that a budget adjustment of $30,495 be approved and funded 50% from the Cemetery General Improvement Reserve and 50% from the Mausoleum General Improvement Reserve.
And now I open the floor for questions, and I got Councillor DeRose. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Holman, is it a 1-year contract or 5-year, or what is the duration of the contract? Is that yearly?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we have Curtis Dray on the line as well. He can answer some of the details. The dollar amount up front is for the purchase of the software.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm here as well, so I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So the initial purchase price is for the software, for the programming, which will basically be built, which will take all the existing information, transfer it into this new, essentially serviced element. And there is a service fee of approximately $7,000 a year to maintain this equipment in this software.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor DeRose?
Yeah, I'm just, we're voting on, but I just want to know how long the term of the agreement is. It's yearly, but is it for 5 years? Is it for 10 years? Is it permanent or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be essentially, it's a signatory software. So they're signatory. So basically, as long as we pay for it, they service it, they update the software. So we did go out for tender on this. We actually had no submissions on this. The Stone Orchard software is known in the industry to be one of the best. And comes highly recommended by other municipalities around us as well. And it essentially gets us to a format where we can take it online. It gives us appropriate record tracking, and it's all done through a cloud service based on a $7,000 a year fee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. PWCS 2020-36, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Kenny, site servicing agreement, 60 Ormond Street South. And again, I turn this over to Jeff Holman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is just an update report for council. The recommendation is that the council receive this report for information.
Speakers, I've got Councillor Hanley. Go ahead.
Just in regards to this said property and knowing that the city, the construction that they did perform, are we going to go underground? Are we going to dig the road up that was paid? And is there any other homes along this section of Ormond Street that may have had the same issue as this property? Or are we certain that this is the only property that we have to deal with this issue?
Mr. Mayor, to the first question, the work that was done was using an existing culvert under the paved road, so we didn't have to excavate. With respect to other properties that are connected, there are some properties that are connected to a single water service. And to properly service those properties in the future, we'll probably have to build or extend a water main that extends down from Linden to Portland.
Is there, thank you for that answer, question. Does it pose any environmental risk of having that in the situation that it's in? Seepage, you know, it's the old dump across the street, discharge. Not to be critical, I know what the old part of town is, so what I'm getting at, is that the only issue we have is the water main? Because I know there is an issue with the sewer along there too, and I'm wanting to know if all the rest of the adjacent properties are connected to a proper sewer discharge along that street.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So, Mr. Mayor, the work that the city has completed already would provide independent services to each of those two properties, 60 and 62 Ormond. The other properties are properly connected to a sewer system, so we wouldn't have to worry about the sewer. And we wouldn't have to do any other excavation on the Battle of Beaver Dams Park property. So any other work that would have to be done would be for a future water main that would extend on the East Boulevard of Ormond Street.
Thank you very much. Seeing that it's sufficient right now, I'm giving the report.
Okay, any further, but anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received a call from one of the consultants on the project. This could have a negative effect for this organization trying to build this nonprofit housing. They'd like to know if they could have a further discussion with staff to see if they can work something out. I'm just asking if we can defer it. It's not a time-sensitive matter.
Do you want to defer this? There's no debate on a deferral? Okay, does he need a seconder? Okay, we need a seconder for that. Councillor DeRose?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, if I could, we're providing information to council and including the proponent's legal position. So we're open to conversation at any time should they want to change their position. I don't know that a deferral would get us any further down the road, other than to say we're always open to have that conversation.
Okay. But there is a motion for deferral on the floor, so there's no debate on a deferral. There any? Yeah, what is the expectation? Is that you want them to meet with the party? Is that correct? And report back, Councillor Longo?
That's what the consultant asked. I'm just relaying the information, and it's not time sensitive for them, and they just have another option they want to put forward, I guess. Whether the city agrees to it or not, that would be up to us. Because it's nonprofit housing, I thought I'd bring it forward and see if we could work with it.
Should it be a referral, not a deferral? Okay. So we're voting on that deferral. All those in favor? Three, four, five. Opposed? Carried. Did you get that? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I'll do. It's back in your in the party's courts. Okay. PWCS 2020-37, moved by Councillor Hanley, seconded by Councillor Sentence, endorsement of full implementation of ActiveNet. Again, I'll turn this over to Jeff.
Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is that Council endorse the full implementation of ActiveNet recreation management software. And secondly, the Council approve the funding of any software technology fees from recreation revenues.
That's a motion on the floor. Does anyone want to speak to that? I have Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Holman. I'm fine with the agreement, Mr. Holman. Just one thing. Is there an option or a disadvantage for those that don't have the internet or a computer to do things on the phone? Or are they going to be disadvantaged in any way or discriminated against in any way? Or will it be balanced so that they both have equal opportunity?
Mr. Mayor, I think with the implementation of any new transaction software or process, we have to work with our clients and get them to be comfortable with the working arrangements. It's going to take some time, and some of our users are going to feel more comfortable sticking with the old process. However, the ActiveNet software, I think, is the future for us because it helps to reduce the amount of cash transactions, helps to reduce the amount of having to find somebody and having to invoice for services that we've provided. So there may be some time with some user groups that we're going to have to spend with them, and that'll be part of the implementation process.
Okay, Councillor DeRose.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Well, not a question, just a comment. I was a little disappointed, but I guess it might be the norm, Mr. Holman, if you can tell me. The credit card fee for online bookings is 3.5%. Maybe Councillor Decker or someone in banking could answer. Is that common for 3.5%? Because just people are hurting now, and I kind of feel for them. So every little bit helps.
Go ahead, Councillor Decker.
The fees are charged by the credit card companies, not by the city. It's your credit card company that charges the fee when you use it.
No.
It is.
Okay, I better refer to Mr. Holman because this fee is going to the company ActiveNet. So I just wanted to know if that's common practice for ActiveNet. I know they have to make some money and profit. So I'm going to refer to Mr. Holman from his report.
Do you want?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know the answer to that, so I'll defer to Curtis if I could.
Curtis, you're up.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the answer to that is the credit card is a convenience fee. It's basically an added option of what we have to offer now. So currently we do not offer a credit card option to pay for rentals. So this will be, if you choose to pay by credit card, the fees associated. It is in line with other organizations as far as the percentage goes, but this will also help address your 7-day out issue, where this should increase the opportunity for resale of the ice, per se, in this example, where it's now available online. So if you want to see what's available, you don't necessarily have to speak to somebody. You can go on 24 hours a day and see what's available for booking. And if you choose to, you can pay for that ice online in advance.
Thank you for explaining. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh, we need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. Can I have a mover? Councillor Decker, seconder, Councillor Sentence. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. PWCS 2020-39, emergency arena mechanical repairs. Again, I turn this over to a mover, Councillor DeRose, seconder, Councillor Longo, and turn this over again to Jeff.
Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is that council be informed of 3 emergency repairs completed at the arena approved by the CAO in the amount of $12,267, HST excluded, funded from the arena's reserve fund.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CC 2020-32, mover Councillor Wilson, seconder Councillor Decker, Federation of Canadian Municipalities funding municipal asset management plan, and I'll turn this over to our Deputy City Clerk, Joanne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation of the report is that staff be directed to submit a grant application under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, funding for municipal asset management plans, MAMP, for consideration of the following project: asset management plan, update for core infrastructure assets. This concludes the report.
Okay, is there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. CC 2020-33, I have a mover, Councillor Kenny, a seconder, Councillor Neal, municipal surplus property on Niagara Falls Road and Ontario Street. And I'll turn this over to our City Clerk, Donna Delvecchio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that council provide direction to staff on how they wish to proceed with the disposition of the surplus property on Niagara Falls Road and Ontario Street, whether it be by appraisal, which is in accordance with our policy, or MLS listing, because we have previously listed that lot through MLS. So I'm just looking for a direction of how you wish to proceed.
So you say there's a choice between MLS listing and appraisal?
At the present time, our policy says we will order the person who's interested in purchasing would order an appraisal. But we've also previously listed this lot using MLS. So we've done both. This person's interested in establishing some nonprofit housing, which I know is near and dear to council's heart. I'm just looking to see which to get the direction.
So we need a direction on what way we're going to go. So does someone want to choose a direction, and we'll debate that? Councillor Wilson.
Oh, I was going to ask a question. Can I do that first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So if we go for MLS, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Donna, does that mean that we're doing market value versus getting an appraisal for its current use, and then potentially, as we've experienced in the past, not necessarily gotten the value of that land?
That's my understanding with MLS. It would be the market value.
Okay, so I would like to put a motion to list it with MLS then, please.
We have a motion to list it with MLS. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Longo. Does anyone want to speak to that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Just a quick question. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but someone is asked to buy the property to put affordable housing on it? Is that my interpretation?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we put it to MLS, will that particular person still want the property?
I don't know for sure.
We don't know that, Councillor Neal.
The request that I've received is that they're interested in purchasing the lot.
Because we have done MLS before on this property and no one has bid.
That's correct. We did this in
Now we
2000.
have affordable housing. Presumably, he's serious about this. Would be another question I would have. But you know, are we going to go with MLS and this person may not come forward?
We previously listed this property with MLS in 2013. And the property is already deemed surplus.
At that time, we had no offer?
Correct.
It's just a question. I mean,
No, I get where you're coming from, Councillor Neal.
are we going to lose an affordable housing situation here?
Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
I don't see how listing it with MLS would allow us to lose an affordable housing. I think that we have a duty to the taxpayers to make sure we get a decent amount of money for property that we owe, or that we own. We can't just, when we appraise it at its current use, a chunk of land, and we've experienced this in the past, where it's a low sum of money and their intent is to build massively on it, and we know that really the land is valued at more, but we get it appraised at its current use. So if they're serious and they're going to build affordable housing, putting on MLS doesn't hurt. Doesn't mean they can't give us an offer. It just means that we're going to post it with our realtor at market value. They can still give an offer. They've said they're interested. I don't see what the issue is.
Okay, Councillor Longo. Councillor Longo.
Did you say me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you had your hand up, right?
Yes, I did. I couldn't hear you, sorry. I believe we should put it on the MLS. If it's priced properly, it'll sell. Somebody says they want to build affordable housing. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Once they own it, they can do whatever they want. I believe we owe it to the citizens of Thorold to get the most money. And we have a real estate agent on retainer that we use.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. Anyone else that want to speak on this? Seeing none, so we have a motion on the floor. It was moved by Councillor Wilson. Who was seconder on that?
I am Councillor Longo, I believe.
Councillor Longo was seconder, and it's that we list this with MLS, and that's the motion on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it for that. That's it for reports. Notices of motion. Seeing none, there's no closed meeting. We move into bylaws. First reading of the bylaws. I have mover Councillor Hanley and seconder Councillor Longo, and I got to get my sheets here. That leave be given to introduce the following bylaws. Bylaw 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 95, 97, and 98, and 99. And that the 99 dash, they're all dash 2020. And now the same be read a first time. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That the bylaws just read, again, moved by Councillor Hanley, seconded by Councillor Longo, that the bylaws just read a first time be read a second and third time and do pass, and that the mayor and clerk do sign and seal the same. Any rule of this council to the contrary notwithstanding, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now, your favorite part. We got a mover, Councillor Neal, and the seconder, Councillor Kenny, for adjournment at 10:08. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your evening, even though it's almost bedtime.
Night, everyone.
Good night.